Hey, Orchazini, what ho, friend? Twitter on desktop's not working, so I've got to use my phone to tell people that I'm here. Welcome to a very weird Thursday, starring yours truly. Alnus, how are you doing? To you both, what ho and welcome. I don't know if we're going to have extra wafflemancy or less wafflemancy today. Make it interesting, you know? Make it spicy. Anyway, sorry, how are you both doing? Happy Thursday. Oh, it has been a very strange day. Started off a bit, but thankfully has gotten to a good spot. Fiona got real sick this morning. Thankfully, turned out it was just like super duper whooping migraine, but still enough that she had to go to fucking A&E, or what do they call it, the emergency or what have you. So that was a bit of a oh boy wake up. But thankfully, like, the dogs have been real good today. So yeah. I've just been trying to sort a bunch of behind the scenes stuff, which ended up going on for an hour and a half. So I'm very sorry we started so late. Hookshot, I get you. Right, Hookshot, I'm seeing it over there. Like, I will add the thing. I will add the thing to the schedule. Pun Spectre, Willing Outcast. What ho, friend? Oh, Wolfie's writing a game review today. Oh, what are you reviewing? If you want to bounce some ideas off us, you know, we're down for a natter. Hookshot. I mean, I've talked to you about this a whole bunch. I guess I've talked to everyone about this. Like, the one thing I wish I had was the ability to help my friends' games succeed more. Do you know what I mean? I wish I could just do that Markiplier thing of wave my hand over a project and it sells 200,000 copies. I'd love to have that power. Oh, Lizzie, what's snow cheese? Unless I'm walking into another Beaufort's type situation. Because I had yesterday's leftover pizza and I have the option of home-cooked chicken noodle goodness. Punspect says, normally a Gloomhaven day, but they cancelled, so shenanigans! Lovely! I'm still not used to seeing Gloomhaven on shelves. God. Okay, so, as you know, friendos, like, Fiona's will let go from her prior job. I'm still grumpy about that. And I will be for a while.
Buffetti's 100 bits.
Buns, thank you for the 200. Okay, so, I wanted to get, like, a little gift for Fiona. Something that's like a, you know, I hope you feel better. Because when I was really, really, really in the hole, like, when I was at, like, the bad dark place, Fiona got me this cutie patootie little alien from Toy Story. The Claw. Who's currently hanging out with Pui Pui Molcar Peroon, which was a... Actually, I don't know why it's living in here. That's Fiona's gift. Anyway. So I'm trundling around, and as you know, Fiona's a big fan of Lego. And there's this toy store, like, not too far from us, so I put my head in. And I was immediately assaulted with hell. Hell itself. It's children running around and screaming. Thankfully masked up, but it felt like, I don't know. It felt like a Nurgle Plague Pit, but I'm wearing the goggles from TF2. I'm wearing it's Pyrovision version. I'm just like, oh god. And I got trapped by a shop assistant who came behind me. So I've walked in to try and find the Lego section, which is, by the way, barren and completely picked clean. And the shop assistant appears behind me, and I get trapped into a British loop. So they ask me what I'm looking for, and I'm like, I was looking to see what the Lego section is. They're like, it's over here. I'm like, oh, well, I see I haven't got too much, so they're like, no, what were you looking for? And I mumbled something, and they're like, oh, well, we don't have that in shop. shipment's coming in Monday. And then I mentioned one of the Lego sets that I've been looking for, you know, for a future gift for Fiona. And the dude kind of like cocks his head to one side and gives me like a blank, like he's staring through me. And from nowhere, he produces a cordless phone and calls the other stores. He's between me and the door. He's making eye contact with me while calling around trying to find this Lego set. And I'm like, fuck! I can't get out of this child-infested plague pit! Throughout this entire thing, the only thing that stuck in my mind beyond... Hey! Plunge, thank you for 31 months. And cheers for chucking the Prime over this way, you know? It's... What is it Thor likes to say? It's stealing from Bezos. Oh, Wolfie, the dude meant well. And I'm not dissing on it. But it was just throughout that. If I had gone round the kind of like the counter atoll, the board game section had this big box of Gloomhaven that was just looking down on me, judging me throughout this entire exchange. Anyway, Caffeine, what-ho? Lizzie, what-ho, friend? Fearless, what-ho, friend? Yeah, Fiona's feeling much better. She got the good drugs, and came back feeling a little shaky, but not as bad as this morning. Orzine? I jump between different pronunciations. What-ho, friend, and hello! Lost Flowers, I mean, thankfully nothing bad, but Fiona was very, very ill this morning. Turns out it was just super migraine procking every defense mechanism. So, it's not too bad, but yeah, it's not a good morning. But yeah, so Wolfie says they're doing a review of Blackhaven on Steam from a dev's perspective. I'm just having a look at the Steam page because the name's not ringing a bell. Yo! You know, Wolfie, it's a rare time where people can point out, like, games I haven't heard of. This does not ring a bell. So, I'm going to add that to the grand list. It was a 2021 IndieCade project. Okay, so it might have disappeared into the cracks of a million different, like, digital events. And Favor 6, what opened? Anyway, how are you doing, you lovely, lovely mother hubbards? Dino keeps using that one picture of me.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, look at button.
Indubitably. Graphite Sparrow, thank you for 29 months, yo. It is a lot of time to spend with my dumb self. I hope you're doing splendid, friend. I hope you're doing splendid. Plunge, yes. Basically, Will got trapped in a toy store and Gloomhaven judged him. I'm still looking forward to playing Gloomhaven proper, but I think it's one of those where I really do need to save it for an in the real. You know? Willing, they did not have the Lego model in stock. So, is what it is. To those asking, this is The Garages. That last track was called Fight Gods, which you probably got played a lot at you when we were doing the Blackout Club. Yeah, Gloomhaven's one of those ones where I think I really do need to save it for when I'm able to get people round a table together. And Fearless, I do in fact mean the Seattle garages. The band of the baseball team. Anyway, how are you doing, you lovely mother hubbards? As for what's been going on, some of you might have seen in game news there was a big article on the behind the scenes of Team 17. Some of which I knew about, some of which I didn't. I'm still trying to pass how I feel about their treatment of QA staff, because how they treat their QA is pretty much typical of how most companies treat their QA. So it's kind of fascinating. Like, I might be too entrenched in how I did QA back in the day to see the change. You know what I mean? When you survive something for a few years, you kind of just acclimatize, even though it's not right. Do you know what I mean? Oh heck, Favor 6, that's rad. Sorry, Favor 6 was saying that because they work at a Merlin-owned theme park, 40% off Lego from the internet, from the internal store. Nice. Fred, a good afternoon to you, Watto friend. Kestrel Watto friend. Yes, Fearless. That's a good way of putting it. I'm so trauma bonded to that role and the people who survived it with me that I don't notice the dysfunction. That's a great way of looking at it. But yeah, there was a big behind the scenes on what's been happening with Team 17 at the moment. Mostly around the Nufton nonsense that happened. Oh, compliment cap, what ho friend? Oh, and so Alice was saying, if you haven't read the article, like some of the salaries for like QA and juniors was very small. Sorry. Aside into an aside, this was the ending song that we played for the Blackout Club. Not the official ending song, but for me, this is still like the end credits track for the Blackout Club. But yeah, so Alnus, in the UK, you can agree to be paid less than the minimum in negotiation. This was something I found out when I was working in London, that if you propose... If you say, I will work for less than minimum, when it comes to yearly salaries, you can kind of block yourself back into it. A couple of interviews I went to back in the day, they had me suggest my salaries and then said no lower, no lower, no lower, until I was proposing a salary that would have worked out to below minimum wage. So, it's not impossible. Also, things like people working overtime to get fed and skipping meals is was very common in QA when I was working it. But, like, this is where what Fearless was saying about kind of like the trauma bonding of it. There were things that QA taught me that have been very important. Like, video games are a job. You don't spend your days fucking around. You don't just be bleeping and blooping on video games and being like, tighten the graphics on level 4. No. You will sit and you will test. You will meet your quota, and if you die, someone else will take your place. And that's fucked up and weird. But it's important because, one, it beats the alter out of people, and two, it removes the preconception of what people think working in games is. Because for a lot of people, big studio QA was their entry point, you know? There are people who join the industry who think they're going to be able to make these sweeping changes. I'm going to get that QA job and I'm going to tell Mr. Video Games how to make his game better. No, you're not. No, you're not. You don't know better than, 15 game designers who've been working on a project for 7 years. You don't know the legacy issues. You don't know the difficulties of implementation. You're just a numpty. But I also don't agree that, junior level employees should be freaking exploited and abused. So it's like, yeah. I'm almost biased in the wrong way. Does that make sense? Faber6, are you talking about the corn keychain? Because I did see that. Oh, yeah, and caffeine, QA... Well, okay. As the games industry is evolving, it's worth saying that QA means different things in different places. So, being QA for a small 10-person studio is a far more involved team position than being QA for a big game studio. And honestly, a lot of the big studios now use outsourced houses, and I have no idea what it's like working for them. So, yes, when I was QA, you were the Imperial Guard. If, your shift is over when we say it's over, or you die. Wolfie says that they plan to start their own game studio to provide the games to be made ethically with well-paid employees. Yeah, I mean, not to be all hyperbole and, nonsense merchant, but Supergiant is a very good way of looking at that. Now, there are things you have to do, firstly, not making your studio a publicly traded company, and keeping your studio headcount below, I'd say 40. I think you can still operate as a pretty fresh, creative environment, but I think 40 is the max, including production, studio head, HR, all of that. So the whole studio with all additions, no more than 40. I reckon you can do that. Once you get beyond 40, it becomes almost like a military exercise. You have to have supply lines, you have to have chains of command. The producers are basically your logistics officers. So jumping back in, Orzine saying they were at a place called iBeta QA, which was a contractor for QA. It might have been abusive, but you still had no job security, no benefits, and bad pay. Ah! True QA then! And Alice, a good afternoon and a what-ho to you. Eeyore, what-ho friend! Yeah, with... God, the last time I was... So when I joined Sega Europe, and this is... God, early 2010s? This is after the 2008 crash. And I was out of work for a year or two, so yeah, it's 2010, 2011. It was a 0-hour contract, which if you're unfamiliar with the term means you sign up for the job, you get paid hourly, but you are owed no hours per week. So you might be working for a week, you might be working for a month, you might be working for a few hours each day, it's everything. Hey, Kindball, I'm sorry you can't sleep. I was just talking about the stuff over at Team 17, but if you want us to mix up the conversation, I don't want to proc your production brain in the wee hours. Wimp talk, what-ho, friend? Oh wow, Ale says, well, they're not game dev, their employer has 9,000 employees. Yo, a logistical challenge and then some.
Seat of a train car, listening to songs on my iPod that will hype me up to take you on or take you down.
Oh, Titans, did I say hello? I hope I did. What-ho, friends. Anyway, I hope you're all I hope you've all survived your Thursdays well. Or at very least I can help you kind of get over the finish line. And the artsy po what-ho friend. If you are wondering the soundtrack we are listening to, this is the top hits of The Garages, the Blazeball Band. They can be found on YouTube, Bandcamp, and all the spots, so go check them out. Actually, you know, why am I being an arse? Let me get you. Bandcamp. Oof. And if you wait for a Bandcamp Friday, then you can get them a lot of money. There we go. Yeah, Kisa, I should provide the links. I should do my job right, even if I've been starting very late. What was I going to add? Oh, yes. Friends, we are set for Black Wake on Saturday. So if you want to join me on... If you want to join me on some great big ships of nonsense, it is going to be very fun. I need to invite some other people, though, because we have a 54-person server for the day. Well, for the weekend, technically, if people want to play more.
I can see the truth in your eye as you're telling me lies, like you know that you'll hold my hand again.
Ozine says, what is this game you speak of? It is Black Wake. It will cost you 50 American cents. Or I think it's like 37p in the UK. I forget. Sorry, I just wanted something punk and kind of hype this evening. Oh, 60 cents Canadian. Yeah, that's the additional maple tax. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, we have a 50-person server for 54. I'm gonna see if like El Dirty Squirrel wants to come join us. I've invited a few other like friendos. The way it works: 2 teams, 1 team of Brits, 1 team of pirates. You get 3 ships each, and no sense of direction. Think Chivalry meets Sea of Thieves. It's like, I think 2 of the ships are 7, and 1 of the ships is like 13 people. And Ale, I'm not seeing any issues in the back end here, so it might be your good self. Battleship meets Doom. It's gonna be freaking fun.
I can feel a headache coming on already.
Crunch! But, Caffeine, the good news is we have a private server for Saturday. I was working with one of the with one of the techs while getting it going. And to be clear, this isn't a game which is about winning. This isn't a game about like one team clamoring to victory. This is about getting stupid with great big ships and having a feckin' blast. So I do hope you'll all join us. I mean, there's so many things about this game I love that are so stupid. The healing item is a cup of tea, and you just sip on it gently to heal. I can't remember what rum does. I think it gives you like a damage bonus. But you have to choose between like healing or a grenade. The weapons are all black powder, so like a musket takes 1,000 years to reload. Comicap says, are there specific enlisting requirements? Nah. I'll give you the password on the day. We're going to be keeping it just to Discord friendos. And it's not that I think the Black Wake community is bad or anything. It's just, like, Black Wake is a game that's had a really, really engaged community for a long time that have been underserviced because the game hasn't sold gangbusters. It's done good, it's done well, but not massive. So there's probably about like 30 or 40 Black Wake players who play regularly, and they are ridiculously good at the game. We are not. We are a squad of stupids having a good time, and I want to make sure that we don't get ruffle stomped by people who know this game inside out. So Final Phoenix was saying that a friend of theirs has been working on a game idea for the better part of 10 years. And the story and what the game mechanics that he wants has changed so much over the years. See, like, how much has that person actually put... Like, how much has that person actually made? Because, and this isn't a diss against your friend, Final Phoenix, it's... Where we are in games right now is that it's not necessarily about the concept, and it's not necessarily about, like, the uniqueness of what you want to create. It's whether or not you actually do it. We've reached a point in games where the barrier to entry is gone, which is fucking brilliant. But you just gotta do it. And I know I'm one to talk about, like, concepts, but I at least hope that you'll hear, when I talk about game concepts, that you hear, like, the process of, like, pitching and trying to get space is... Sorry, trying to get funding is incredibly difficult.
Proud to be a longship numpty and fly that's Topid flag Viking 64 Pride Viking 64 hug.
Yeah! God, we're gonna have some sharp-hit battles. It's gonna be great. And I don't know if they had this in Black Wake last time, but when you choose what ship you want to spawn, you can name it and pick the colors now. So good. So good. God, we're gonna get into some nonsense.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo-ho!
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Kindball, thank you, friend. Oh, sorry, and Bacon, thank you for the 200 as well. Sorry, where am I at? But yeah, you know what, Alnus? I like that description. It's not that we're playing to win when we play Black Wake. It's, we're going to give Tchaikovsky something to think about. Hey, Alnus, if we can, like, if we get enough people together, we'll be able to field multiple ships. So basically, it's 2 teams, 3 ships apiece. What's up?
So my one cute, one haunted thing came in.
Oh no. Alright, hold that thought, friends. Okay, what is the cute haunted thing?
This is cute.
Okay, so it's the... I mean, if you notice, we're developing like a little... So it's a little dog toy. It's a little spaceship, and it's full of... The claw! Little cuties in there that, you know, their dag's going to be able to pull out. Alright, so this is adorable. This is super lovely. Oh, God! Why would you...
Random useless fact: the Irish crisp brand Tater runs a theme park.
Wait.
It's a dog ball with people teeth. Why the fuck did you get that?
Because it'll be funny.
No.
Apacha!
I'm just telling him about pirate times. Now that the pirate ship thing's working,
Elness, no. Elness is like, no, why?
I was just thinking we don't have enough haunted shit in our house. I should have bought that doll when we had the money.
No. I would have disposed of it immediately.
Reactor online. Sensors
Immediately.
online.
Would not have
Weapons
walked into
online.
our
All
home.
systems nominal.
See, Artie Poe gets it.
Oh dear lord, that's cursed. I want pics of the dog holding it.
Why would you want... Artie Poe's requesting pictures of the dog holding it.
If I can get him to hold it correctly.
Why are you like this?
Apparently they're enamored with it.
Heckin' course they are. They always fall in love with the most cursed things. Or the most, like, painful. Oh, damn it, Lizzie, no! Anyway, So, friendos, we are all set for some fun piratey nonsense on Saturday. I don't know if it's going to be fun to watch. Fiona's suggesting that what we do is that the captains kind of, we'll work out like Discord groups and rooms and things. So each of the ships kind of has their own crew. Kisa says, do we have a head count of how many people are going to play Black Wake? Not yet, but we can have up to 54 people. I've asked a few, streamer friendos if they want to join us for a nonsense event. I need to ask a couple more. Now I know the server is up and working, like, I can start yelling at people to get them started. Yeah, no, not feeling this. We got to the peak of there we go. We got to the peak of Garage's stuff. And Wolfie, it's probably, I would say, throw it in arcade when you get the chance, or stealth promo. But I would say wait until you've got it like up on site, because that way we can like push people to it and give you a few click-throughs. I got a little bit. No, I shouldn't. I got a spot of the salt about me today, just a little. An industry friend of mine was talking about, with the Team 17 stuff, they were talking about how, like, if you don't listen to your employees, journos will. And I like that philosophy. I like the idea that employers should think not only about treating their staff well because, you know, it's the right thing to do, but also, if you don't, it'll come out that you don't. Like, creating a very practical business reason to be good to people. It shouldn't have to be that way. Like studios shouldn't have to be threatened into being nice to their people, but it is what it is, right? But I took a little bit of umbrage with what my friend was saying, because the problem with that philosophy is that the studio has to be either famous enough that an expose will get clicks, or the studio has to be doing something else at the same time. Releasing a game, or making a PR snafu. The reason why Team 17 is being talked about right now is because of their whole nerf to fuck up. Like, prior to that, no one really cared. In fact, Team 17 did a very good job of keeping a low profile as a studio. Team 17's always been product focused, even when putting forward other people's games. Oh, Kestrel, the Team 17 feck up was that they announced they were going to do NFTs based on the Worms franchise. And everyone went, Keska the fuck? Including employees and people who were being published by Team 17, who were very vocal about not liking it. It took them a day, but they walked it back and went, yeah, no, we're not doing this. However, this then meant that people had kind of eyes on Team 17. So I am trying to remember which team it was that did it. But bear with me a second, because I want to make sure I'm crediting the right website. Eurogamer did an article on the current working conditions inside Team 17. Yeah, Traveler's Tales. Wait, we're talking about Traveler's Tales? Wait. Well, the team behind the Lego franchise have been grinding their people into a fine dust. And just for the record, Rockstar are still awful for destroying their people, which everyone forgot after feckin' Red Dead Redemption 2 came out. But A studio has to have enough of a footprint, or there has to be some drama around that for it to get to the point where journos will report on it. And this isn't a diss on games journalism. There has to be a hook, otherwise people don't click the article. And the thing is, if you spend 2 weeks collecting stories, interviewing people for one hit article, the amount of work may not equate to the amount of result that a click link article of, here are 5 meta-narrative hooks that you never knew about. They're all things you know about. Like, that might generate more revenue than your in-depth piece, unless it's got a hook. So, now, Fearless, I do agree with you. If you go dark side, if you are terrible to your employees, or if you are a monstrous asshole, it'll always come out. Like, it'll always come out. That's just the long and short of it. As someone who was a monstrous piece of shit, it always comes out. Like, that's just how it is. But it's just, I don't know. And Neo Shadow, what ho friend? Hello. Anyway, moving on. Actually, let's move on from the Tinnitus Dance, because that always gets me fighty. It's a great track. It's a very fighty song. In terms of other stuff that's been going on, there's a gorgeous article on gamesindustry.biz with Stephen Kick, who is the CEO of Night Dive, who we did an interview with way back during the the Longship HQ Mark 1 days. And what I love about that is, hang on, I'll link you the article because it's a great one to read over with some coffee. This one is a lovely thing to read because it's a discussion about how we as an industry need to preserve the games that we have made. Because if we truly believe that games are art, which we do, this also means we need to talk about art preservation. And re-releasing and preserving old games is literally Night Dive's entire thing. For those of you who don't know, Night Dive Studios was formed hanging out the side of a car driving from South America back to the US. Because, and this was Steven's story, so apologies for the retelling, but him and his partner went on holiday to South America. And he had planned to play System Shock 2 finally. He got it loaded up on his laptop, got everything installed, and he thought working. So, one evening, they're trapped in their accommodation due to, like, proper torrential rain. So he's like, yep, finally gonna play some System Shock 2, can't wait to... Doesn't work. He can't find any support, it's not updated. The game is too old to run on the hardware that he has. And, as he described it in a slightly drunken, slightly angry rage, he went on a deep dive, found the people that held the rights to System Shock 2, those being an insurance company who absorbed all of Looking Glass's IPs when they went badly under. He messaged them, was like, I just want to fucking do something. And they went, alright. So he cancelled the rest of his holiday and formed a company in the car as they were driving back so that he could then go to the meeting and have that negotiation. And it went well. And from there, Night Dive Studios was born. It's called Night Dive because Steven's a diver. He likes diving. It was the name he came up with in the car. But no, as much as that story comes from a very silly place, like, the preservation of the games that we love and how they work is something we really need to talk about. Steam is great because Steam doesn't care if the studio behind it or if the services behind it are there. You can still buy it. Whatever state it's in, you can, as an individual, purchase that. However, in some cases, the systems that run certain games are long dead. Just checking the puppies. I really, really, really want to spend some time and show you all one of my favorite games, which is Lost Planet 2. A strange quirk of Japanese game developers trying to take inspiration from what was like the Western AAA hotness at the time and creating this glorious cacophony of weirdness. These strange design philosophy choices that shouldn't fit together and yet do. With some things that still haven't been bested, but also some things which are dumb and stupid and should have been removed. Like, hello puppy, hello my boy. The multiplayer unlock system being only random unlocks. And not like loot boxes, like you can't pay, you just earn points and then roll the dice. So Barrett saying they used to go to a game museum in Nottingham to play old games. Shame it closed down, yes. Now, I don't want to go back into the conversation about ROMs and emulation, as we've talked about that a lot recently. Mainly because I'm dealing with my own, like... my own ecological discussion. But I do want to start like talking about like the mid-tier stuff. Artibo says, not to derail the conversation, how's stuff been going with the pupper? The guy who runs the dog bar said something that's really stood with me, which is that puppy training happens in 2-week blocks. Like you'll have 2 weeks of misery and then you'll see a whole bunch of changes. And then 2 weeks of misery and then you'll see all the changes kind of click together. Like at the moment, Amos has learned how to use the button. And the button is, I need to go outside. Right now, he's worked out that the button means he gets attention and taken outside, not he's got to go for a piss. So we're dealing with that at the moment. And we still need to do leash work with him. Because he's very strong and puts his whole back into it when he's kind of pulling on the lead. These are all things to work with, these are all things to training, but that's where we're at the moment. Just slowly working through it, you know? Now, the examples I wanted to talk about were games that are reliant on services that are no longer available. So the reason why I mentioned Lost Planet 2 in all its weird glory is you can't play it right now. It used an old version of, you guessed it, Games for Windows Live. Remember that old disaster? And it's so integrated into the PC release, you can't play the game on PC. Now, you could get a 360, play a copy of it on there, maybe even connect to a friendo. I don't know, I don't even know if the old systems work, but you can physically play the disc on old hardware. But you cannot play the PC version, and that extends to a large proportion of Capcom games from the time. But the thing is, Lost Planet 2 is inspired. Now, I will admit, I'd love to play Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City for you, because that's the opposite end. A similar philosophy, Japanese IP, taking inspiration from Western design philosophies of like the 360 era, trying to work in the horror into, I believe it was the SOCOM team that put it together. Anyway, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess of a game. But how it's a mess is very creative. Now the thing is, Games Windows Live is gone. So you can't play those anymore. They're available for sale on Steam, but a core function of them is gone. Now, I want to touch on what Alnos was saying, because Alnos is like, with yesterday, with the Nintendo Direct, a lot of remasters, a lot of remakes, and that's very true. However, and I'm going to pick on Front Mission here, because I'm the only one who cares about this. There is a remake of Front Mission First coming out, which, by the way, I'm not sure if it's Front Mission or Front Mission First. I know anyone else, no one else is going to care about this, but I do. Now, the thing is, the remake of Front Mission is 3D. Battle map is going to have like 3D assets, a rotatable map, and the combat is going to be using 3D assets. Thing is, from what I saw of the, well, I shouldn't say combat. It's similar to a lot of the tactical RPGs. You know, this person attacks this person, it zooms in, and you get to see them like firing at each other and the numbers pop off. It's real cool. Thing is, the old version was all sprites. I mean, it's a SNES era game. That's just how it be. But the way in which Squaresoft solved a bunch of the problems on how to represent this great big mech battle game results in this gorgeous art style. Now, the trailer I saw yesterday, if you look at the same firing, the animations are chunky and blocky and honestly not good. Like, there's no weight to them. They feel very much like my first crack at animation. And so, we're not dealing with a restoration here, and we're not dealing with a full remake. We might be dealing with a subpar version of an older title, which in terms of art preservation creates an interesting premise like, yo, how come this be so much worse? And friends, I want to be enthusiastic. I want to be excited. But when it comes to Square, oh, I should say Square Enix now, and how they've been handling the Front Mission IP, like, they either don't know or don't care. Now, the fact that Front Mission 2 is going to be getting localized and released is brilliant, because that one was one that did not get released much outside of a handful of places. And it would be interesting if they did some of the offshoots, like Front Mission Gun Hazard, Front Mission Alternative, the additional splinter projects that they used for that. Like, and again, if you didn't hear my rants about it yesterday, Front Mission, like Live Alive and Final Fantasy... God, I always get it mixed up in my head because it was Final Fantasy 4 over here, but 6 in Japan. Like, there was an era where Squaresoft were just banging out these incredible titles for the Super Nintendo. They were fresh, they were creative, they were gorgeous. It was like there wasn't a genre they couldn't tackle. And like, losing that art, losing that inspiration, like, if those things were lost to time, we'd lose a huge impact of our industry. I think that's something that's worth discussing, worth talking about. It's one of the reasons why, you know, I love reading about Night Dive Studios' attempts to, like, restore and re-release classics. Oh, and Night Valen, I hope I said hello when you came in. Anyway, if you want the very, very best version of Front Mission 1, it's Front Mission First on the DS, and it contains both stories and all the upgrades and additions, which may not be in this new version. Anyway, sorry. Thank you for indulging me a rant about Front Mission. As I said yesterday, we all have games or game series that we're so emotionally invested in that we can't remove ourselves from the fandom, and that's okay, so long as you're able to acknowledge it. I'm too emotionally invested in Front Mission. Like, I played the fan-translated version of Gun Hazard, and it might be one of my favourite games to date. God. The only ones I haven't been able to play are Front Mission, I want to say 5? It's either 4 or 5. One of the PS2 variants, and Front Mission Alternative. Those are the ones I haven't gotten to do. Next to Johnny XP, what ho friend? How feckin' goes it? Ozine, I'm not familiar with that story, because Ozine was saying that someone spent 1,000 USD to release the beta ROM of Rare's Dinosaur Planet. Interesting. XC Johnny XB, I was talking about Front Mission stuff yesterday. Also, that we've got our server all set up for Saturday. It's gonna be feckin' great. excuse me. Oh, Neo Shido, we're going back to Black Wake. Black Wake is currently 49 cents for the rest of the week. And so I've got a server, and we are going to get fecking stuck into it. And it's going to be glorious. Oh, feck Black Wake Club! Yes! Oh, so Orzine, I'm sorry, I was aware of Dinosaur Planet, but I wasn't aware of the story of someone paying $1,000 to then release it. That's the thing I'm finding fascinating. Sorry, for those of you who don't know, Rare originally pitched a game called Dinosaur Planet, which was going to be for the N64, and it was a curious title. Nintendo went, nah, but what if Star Fox, which is how we got Star Fox Adventures. And Sadlin, what ho friend? As it Windbound is free on Epic. Well then. I mean, as a title to get for free, that's not too bad, that. That's not too bad at all. Thank you for the reminder, Sadlin. Okie dokie Lokies. But yeah, I don't want to get into the ROMs and emulation conversation again, because I feel I've talked all of your lovely selves to death about it. But I think the Team 17 stuff has been the largest of the video game news so far today. There hasn't been too much else going down, unless I've gone completely blank. I don't think we need to go into the stuff around Sims 4, because that's a whole thing to unpack, which boils down to this is Terabad. Oh, that was the other thing. The video game rights for Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are going to be up for sale. So if we can club our cash together, maybe Longship Studios can release a Lord of the Rings game. Basically, I'm trying to get the wording right. So the Tolkien holdings of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are about to be up to sale. Which have been with the same... They've been the same company since 1976. Now, it's worth saying, Warner Brothers still holds the right to make games based on the movies of Lord of the Rings. And looking at it, currently, the Lord of the Rings Gollum game is the only one that exists outside of the Warner Brothers licensing. Longship Studios presents Lord of the Rings 2, Back to the Hobbit. Now, obviously, I'm joking. This will be bid for something fierce. It will also mean future movies and... Okay, so the auction includes the rights to merchandising, movies, live events such as theme parks, in addition to games. So it's not just who gets the video games, like big stuff is up for grabs here. It's just important to state that what Warner Brothers has is the rights to things based on the movies. If that makes a weird sense. Now, I'm not sure how Shadow of Middle-earth and stuff like that work, because they are set within the world, but aren't directly related, and it was still via Warner's, so big old question mark, but... I don't know how much or little the Tolkien estate has in terms of involvement, or I should say, ownership of, because according to Variety, it's Sal Vantes. Sorry, I'm butchering the pronunciation there. And it's held onto the Tolkien holdings since, 1976. So I wonder if they hold the rights, but the estate gets a kickback? Like, someone would have to unpack a lot of legal nonsense that is outside of my usual wheel well. But anyway, TLDR. If you've got a shit ton of money and want to make some Hobbit-flavored things, you feckin' can. Anyway, that's it for video game news at the moment. I talked a little bit about the Elden Ring stuff. I personally am going to be giving Elden Ring a little bit of birth. Okay, so supposedly the hacking exploit issues within Dark Souls and Elden Ring have been resolved. However, there's been some expressed concerns that it might not actually have been fixed, and this might be a bit of a PR maneuver. And you can never know with a FromSoft game how much or how little multiplayer is going to play into a title. So I'm personally gonna be giving it like a week or two just to see how it unfurls. Just because, considering the severity of the concerns that people were expressing because of this exploit, which is present in all the Soulsian PC titles as well, I was expecting them to move the launch of Elden Ring, and they didn't. And so now I'm like, you know, there's that little part of my brain that says PR might have just told production, ship it anyway. You know, there may have been a decision made to just get it out there and then go, whoopsie doodle, guess we need to roll out another patch. So yeah, Artsy did you fix it? Well, it's got duct tape on it. Okay, but did that fix it? Air quotes. Duct tape. Now, I'm not advising you all to avoid Elden Ring as it comes out. Like, make your own choices on that one, but I don't know. It's definitely ringing some alarm bells in my little head. Oh, actually, there is one other piece of video game news worth talking about. Blackbird Interactive have been the next team to shift to a permanent 4-day work week. And our very own, I think, I forget where the article was initially posted, but it did quote our good friend Lily in there, which was feckin' genius. I'm trying to find if I can see the origins of the article. It was Washington Post. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of Wall Street Journal. God, it all blends into each other. But yeah, so the team behind Shipbreakers, Deserts of Karak, and I think they're doing something else at the moment, which drops out of my head just due for conversational reasons. We'll be moving to a 4-day work week, which is feckin' cool. Definitely a good way to help combat burnout, something fierce. Vanderbeest says 4-day work week is great and all, but have you tried an 8-day work week? Yes. Yes, I have. That was a time in my life. That was a time. That was a whole time. I still remember having a messy little breakdown during that. It was so much fun. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh. Yay! Sorry, Hookshot says that their team is talking about switching to 4 days. Yes! I mean, okay, I should say, friends, that, right, things are very stressful at the moment. They are getting better, they've gotten better. At the moment, there's a lot of stuff that I need to personally do outside of hanging out with you like this that's just kind of stacking up. Like, I gotta finish my taxes. So much to do. So much to do. With something like this, the problem for me is not doing it. If I could physically do it, I would do this 7 days a week. But what I have noticed is that if I do more than 5 days a week, it ends up having like a stacking exhaustion effect. Like, friends, most times my Sundays are just spent just like chilling and recovering, which is not a complaint. Like, I feckin' love doing this. I'm on the other end of the I have to be made to stop working, otherwise I will work too much. You know, I was joking there with Fearless about the 8-day work week, but like, no one at CA made me do as much as I did, and I could have turned around and would have been well within my right to be like, no, either you need to take this off my plate, or we need to restructure. But I just went ahead and did everything anyway. So, I guess what I'm saying with the 4-day work week, I'm very supportive of it. Do not use me as a barometer for that being a good or a bad idea. Because basically, I stream with you lot for 5 days. Sunday is kind of my recovery day, usually after drinking a lot on a Saturday night after hanging out with y'all. And then Monday is emails, paperwork, boring stuff. Schedule, boof, and we're back in. Oh, Jackie says that they're in a similar manner at work and thinking taking away the key privileges. It's just, I have a lot of very, very complicated feelings on how we talk about work in the games industry, but I do think that if your team is large enough to be employing people, like when you're hitting the 40, okay, I'd say when you're anything really beyond about 10 or 15 people, you need to start planning how individuals' time is being used correctly and keeping them from overworking and burning themselves out. Now, the annoying thing is that isn't a hard and fast rule, because there are times where, because something has broken or because an opportunity has arisen or because something has happened, that you have to go above and beyond. And that sucks. That shouldn't be the case. But it is. However, when you have to do that whole like nitrous burst, that comes at a great cost. What we tend to see in large studios is people get worked a lot, and then shit hits the fan, and so they double work them. Like, that overtime kicks in. It's crunch mode, everybody. If we don't do this, the game's not ready, it won't sell, we're all out of a job. But then they don't ease off the throttle afterwards. Maybe a little bit. Like, maybe people aren't staying till 10 o'clock every night working. Maybe they're still just doing like they're staying till 5 or 6, but there's no stop, recover, and then ease back in. It's just like, That's a visual metaphor for you there. So, yeah. Hell, part of the art of video game creation is knowing when to go hard. And you'll never really... It's one of those things that's so obvious after the fact. Indeed. Fearless, I can't do the voice right now, but in this, if you can imagine this in the cadence of Yoda, once you start down the crunch path, forever, it will dominate your studio. Your studio scheduling, sorry. Yeah. But, But the thing that I want to talk about in that regard is less the studio responsibility and more how to manage yourself. See, friends, for those of us who aren't already working in mid to large size studios, most of us are either in the process of getting into the indie space or in the process of entering small to mid-sized teams. That's the problem, because when it's only 4 people, it is so tempting to just gun it, like full throttle all day, day. And that is unsustainable. You will destroy yourself. And the damage you do from exploding is far more than you would have done from just doing a regular day's work every day. This is the point that isn't really discussed. And when it's yourself on the line, when there's no disambiguation between your input and what goes in the game, when there's no removal of barrier between success and failure, it's just on you. It seems so counterintuitive to not just grind yourself into a fine powder. That's the thing that I guess I wanted to natter on, you know? Oh, thank you, Vanderbeest, for clipping the visual metaphor there. Why do you like this? See, Fearless, I'd love to agree with you. Fearless is putting forward the idea that the only way to get away from the crunch path is to lift your studio head while he's shooting lightning from his hands and throw him down a thermal shaft into the main reactor core. Except we know how that ends. He just comes back. Surprise, he's got a big chair now, apparently. Hi. My name is Will Overguard, and I'm still mad about The Last Jedi.
Did you hear about Dracula's habit of doing lines of coke on a mirror? The sad part is that he can't see that he has a problem.
Sadler, I am not ready for that right now. Thank you for the 200 bits for that one. Fucking hell. It seems, Dalen, you also managed to do exceptional amount of splash damage with that. Anyway, friends, so... for some weird fucking reason, I'm having a lot of trouble posting onto the Twitters from my browser.
The other day I bought an old record called Sounds Wasps Make. When I got home and played it, it didn't sound anything like Wasps. Turns out, I was playing it on the B-side.
Pun Spectre. A classic. A classic. Assailant just taking a bow after doing splash damage with that. So I don't know how I'm going to tell the world that we're playing video games.
What do you call a fish with two knees? A two-knee fish.
I mean, I would have said a medical abomination that we should fear. A scientific affront to nature and all that it stands for. But two-knee fish as well. That's also good. It's also good. Okay, sorry. I have to feckin' tap out a tweet on my fecking phone because I can't do it here. Anyway, friends, how was your...
I thought about going on an all-almond diet, but that's just nuts.
Biggs, thank you for both of those, friend. And how are you doing? So, friends, how has your Thursday been? What have you been up to? What's been going down? For myself, God, I'm getting to this point where, like, to get everything done and sorted in the house usually takes me up until, like, midnight, 1 o'clock. And I have these grand ideas throughout the day of things I'm going to do when I'm finally done for the day. Like, I want to start work on this little Babby Gandam, because I figure I can do an SD kit here and have a good time of it. Plus, this one looks rad. It was originally a present for someone, and that person turned out to be an arse. So I'm going to build it and have some fun with it. But yeah, I'm getting to the point where it's like, I finally sit down, I'm like, right, now to indulge my... I'm fucking tired. So I've just been chipping away at 7 Days to Die some more. I got to have a great last stand moment and survive it when... during the Blood Moon, a horde of high-speed bastard zombies tried to make their way through Will's funhouse, as I'm calling it. Oh.
What do you call a blind eloquent dinosaur? Do you think he's thesaurus?
Feckin' hell. Although, I do believe the Spielberg vehicle Jurassic Park needs to take credit for that joke. But no, seriously, Biggs, Favour, Bandbeast, all of you. Thank you for throwing bits in. Like, keeps us going. I'm sorry we started late today. Everything happened so much. But yeah, so the Blood Moon comes. If you haven't played 7 Days to Die, Blood Moon means zombie hordes up the wazoo. And what I've done is I've built it so that if the zombies want to come at me, they've got to go through the funhouse of murder to get up to reach me on my little balcony. And it's so funny. Just seeing them all run in, hearing the detonations of landmines going off. I dug a huge pit under my base as well. So, oh, train! Train!
My friend keeps saying, cheer up man, it could be worse. You could be stuck underground in a hole full of water. I know he means well.
Bravo, bravo. Biggs, thank you again. And to whoever the spooky anonymous ghost is, thank you kindly. And yeah, Kestrel, you're right. Like, Blood Moons are fun. It's just hearing those, like I said, hearing those muffled thuds going off as zombies stepping on landmines.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Oh!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Fearless with the iconic fan of knives. House Carl's most verified... Verified? God, that's a terrible way of putting it. A cool thing what you did there. Fearless, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Right, that's a whole bunch of money, dudes. Thank you. You managed to hit Katie's Buggy, Naboo Head, Ruvia Furiosa, Cryptic and Batty, and Zelky as well. So, reckon yo. That's a good rack up. It's a good rack up.
I met the world's best farmer the other day. Outstanding in his field.
Like, Almus, that hurt me. I don't know why that one specifically, but that hurt me on a fundamental level. And Kestrel, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, and Kestrel managed to take the Yaldum and all. Congratulations. Though I think Fearless kind of teed you up there.
What ho Vikings? Hype train.
Indubitably! Lyrus, how are you doing this Thursday? What-ho and welcome once more! Aside from the nonsense train and all its gloriousness, I have planned to show you all Happy's Humble Burger Farm, which is best described as a totally normal Clerks 2 simulator with nothing weird or spooky.
Where do naughty rainbows go? Prism, but it's a light sentence. It's what happens when they make their gamma sad.
Bravo, Pun Spectre, bravo! And Lyrus, thank you for filling the pint glass, yo. But yes, all I seem to have had the brain power for at the moment is 7 Days to Die in the evenings. I'm playing it by myself and having a great time. I've almost finished building a 4x4. Now I need to make some cold weather clothes so I can go explore the icy tundra. But again, if I haven't sung the praises of that game to you, if you're on the fence about it, like, generate a big map. Make sure you turn up points of interest and cities and all the good stuff, and have your own adventure. Form your own stories. Like, I don't think it would be interesting to watch me play. Like, I took genuine enjoyment of pickaxing out the floor of the basement, creating this huge pit underneath where I sleep. So any zombies trying to make a clever play on me will just fall into the pit, and the pit leads only into, once again, Will's funhouse of fuckery. It's like...
Train Jarl Snipe, it's been 5+ seconds. How you enjoy the extra time, Kestrel Smile?
You know what? It's extra special when you call out the Jarl that you've overthrown. Bacon, thank you very much for that. It's fucking $10 in bits, you legend. That's fucking cool of you. Thank you, dude. And yeah, Bacon Avenger, the Jarldom is yours.
For Matt Big Sexy, why don't skeletons ever go trick-or-treating? Because they have nobody to go with.
I ain't got nobody, and nobody got me. Rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta-ta. I haven't actually rewatched Young Frankenstein in a while, but that will stay with me for the rest of my life. Kestrel, to answer your question... sorry, and Lyrus. Thank you for the 200. Vulture Pony, what ho, friend? Hello, hello! So, Kestrel, I did get a Crucible. I've been doing a lot of trading. So, basically just stripping cars for parts, selling, like, the engines, the batteries, and all that to all the different traders that I can. Because I've got a motorbike now, so I can move around. It's pronounced Frankenstein! And it's pronounced unfortunate Spachuman. But I did finally manage to get Crucible. I haven't found acid anywhere in a long time, so I'm having to trade a lot for that. So I still don't have a chem lab. But yeah, though I did take a picture, Kestrel, of last night having fought tooth and nail to find one Crucible and buy it. I rocking up to my trader with a bunch of, like, car batteries and engines being like, hey, where do you want me to put these? Dude's selling 4. 4 Crucibles just hanging out. I'm like, you was hoarding those. Oh. Vanderbeest, that's a tricky one, because some of the ones I like aren't necessarily the best ones. Like, I know Dracula Dead and Loving It isn't one of the best Mel Brooks movie by any means, but I love it. Hang on. There we go. Frogs are friends. Kestrel says motorcycle is their favourite mode of transport in 7 days. Well, I've never built a gyrocopter, and I haven't built a truck yet, so that's gonna be my next thing. But what I love about 7 Days to Die playing it by myself is it is very much a... Oh, the train has completed! Seriously, now hang on, let me pause Frogs are Friends. Friends, you know I live in constant fear that I'm going to sound like a self-righteous, expectant arsehole. Friends, thank you for the train. I know the train is just a focusing point of you lot. Like, thank you. Sincerely. Alright? If I can love doing this, I love that I get to keep doing this. That's thanks to you lot. Thank you. Alright, back to Frogs Are Friends. Fred, why not both? No, in 7 Days to Die, acid's a crafting resource. And it's just like chemical acid. In the current build, it doesn't spawn very often once you level up, because what loot you get is based on your level. So you don't get like cool stuff dropping at the beginning, but by the time you get to like the later levels, the chance of finding cool kit increases. It's meant to inspire you to play with friends where you all specialize in a different sphere of like weapons and crafting and things like that. Ozing says the gyrocopters are neat but pretty unforgiving. That'll be entertaining. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass, friend. But no, I'm really enjoying 7 Days to Die because it's definitely a story generator. The new little... What 7 Days to Die does that I haven't seen in any other voxel games done to the same degree is that there are... You can never tell when you're about to get in over your head. You can walk down a suburban street and you can search 5 buildings in a row and they'll just be regular houses. You know, maybe a couple zombies in, maybe none. But you never know when you're going to go into a building and it's going to have a basement, and that basement is going to have a hidden entrance into something beneath it. And that's going to lead you into this like life and death fight where the ladder breaks and you haven't got the tools to get out. And you're just battling for your life. You know, you find a military base in the middle of nowhere. Oh, it's so good. Or one of the ones I found in Suburbia is a building where the best way to get in is to climb a trestle up into the attic. But the attic is full of landmines. God. Like, you never know what each day in that game is going to entail, and I love that. Kestrel says they had bad luck around landmines. Yup. I got lucky because while driving between traders, I hit a rock, one of the little ones, but it threw my back wheel out, so I had to correct my course, ended up falling into a ditch, got driving into a ditch, which I thought was fine, until I realised it was the ditch around a little base camp. And it was filled with mines, so I just had to gun it and just hope that I could outrun these mines before they blew my back tyre off. Fearless says it reminds them they wish that Zomboid let you do Ravenholm-style booby traps. True, but I do appreciate what they're doing with Zomboid. Like, Zomboid's not the story of your victorious survival in the after civilization. Project Zomboid, this is the story of how you died. And I really appreciate their adherence to that, despite what people keep requesting of them. Like, I'm not saying that the dev is always right and perfect and always correct with everything they choose to do. But it is also very nice to see long-running projects avoid homogeny and streamlining in service of the experience. I played World of Warcraft for too long, and at some point, if you don't have a cohesive artistic vision for what you want your user's experience to be, eventually you streamline all the rough edges, but in doing so you lose heart. To Scooby-Doo, I say hello. But you thought I was going to throw a rhyme in there or something, but I didn't. What ho and welcome. Hello, hello. No, so friends, here's the thing. I want to show you all Happy's Humble Hamburger Farm. It is a weird, semi-horror game made by the Scythe dev team, who you will have seen from a lot of stuff from the Dreadx collection and things like that. Problem is, my Twitter's all banged out of whack, and today has been a very strange day. And I'm kind of wondering if I want to just hang out and chat for a bit, maybe play something weird as a group. You know, I'm not usually one to throw myself at the whims of the fates, but this evening, I don't think I feel like jumping into a horror game. Does that make sense? Scooby Say asking if we've seen the new trailer for Lightyear. Yes. And, okay, I don't know whether the Lightyear movie is going to be good or bad, but I can't help but be fucking fascinated by it conceptually. That Toy Story, one of the seminal works of cinema, that we are getting a feature that is not a prequel, but is an in-universe movie from which the toy is based. Like, we've talked a lot about the Battletech cartoon, right? How that's in-universe propaganda made by the Inner Sphere to besmirch the clans. This is in that same vein, but the opposite way. This is an awesome movie from which the cartoonish toy is made. Like, this is something that we don't get in video games, I mean, at all, if not often. We get mini-games inside of games, but the idea that we would play a game based on a fictional idea that doesn't exist, and then that gets created. I mean, the closest I can think of is the Toy Story world in Kingdom Hearts 3, which is based on I can't remember if it's meant to be a fake game or a fake movie that's Final Fantasy but not, so that they can then inject like Animu robots and stylings into Toy Story world. Oh yeah, so Kestrel, Fearless, I was aware of the Buzz Lightyear cartoon, but... Oh, and Scooby, thank you kindly for the follow. I was aware of the Buzz Lightyear cartoon, but that always felt like the real Ghostbusters, you know? Quick TLDR if you weren't aware of this or didn't really give a hot feck, but basically, Ghostbusters was a big movie. Ghostbusters was also a really kind of mediocre to shite cartoon. They managed to agree on not suing the shit out of each other for the big Hollywood production movie. But when that ended up taking off, and they wanted to start producing cartoons and toys, that's when the Ghostbusters cartoon lot started being like, "Oi, we were here first." Which is where the real Ghostbusters came from. It was a way to avoid licensing and nonsense. That's how the kids' toys and the cartoons were branded. For me, the Buzz Lightyear cartoon was in the same vein. Like, there had been a big movie, and the big movie was then turned into kids' toys and a cartoon and lunchboxes and all this. You know, Aperios Defiance is probably the closest, but that was meant to be reactionary, which, honestly, looking back on it now, the pitch for Defiance, all I can imagine was that someone came across a stash of Hollywood tier cocaine and went, "Hey, do you want to get weird?" And then 2 years later, they're trying to make a TV show that is influenced by a video game. It's like... Sorry.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh! Misnomers, that's fecking kind of you. Thank you for gifting a sub to Scooby. No, sorry. I don't want to gloss over that. Misnomers, that's very kind of you, and I really do appreciate it. You know, House Carl Hunting, you're welcoming a new person in and keeping my dumbass alive at the same time. So I'm very grateful. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. Defiance was fascinating because the idea was there was going to be an MMO, and what you did as the community in that MMO would affect the outcome of things that were happening in the TV show based around the same thing. And it's like, alright, I guess. Considering the speed at which game communities can affect things, but also how slow it is to update games, and the complexities of producing television, like... Oh, Bobby. Look at Bobby. You okay? Friends, will you bear with me just a second? Just a second. Hello, hello. Thank you all for waiting. I do apologise for that. Just making sure Amos is okay. He's being a cutie patootie. And I get leftover pizza. Because Numbers was very kind and donated some money yesterday specifically for pizza. And let it not be said that I'm a person of my word. It took us ages to get through the sandwich fund. You gonna come hang out? You gonna come hang out? It's okay. It's okay. So, friendos, we are going to play some games this evening. However, I think I'm going to choose a different game because, one, I can't post on Twitter properly right now and I don't know what's going on. So, what I don't want to do is throw in a game that has some real good weight to it and then we miss everything awesome. You're darn right I was. Favor 6, you're darn right. And also Favor 6, thank you for the 100. So I'm having a quick skim of some of the teeny tiny short games that I've been saving for your lovely, lovely selves. Friends, I'm really not feeling weird, super, like, off-the-wall, like, indie stuff right now, you know? But I have a list of very specific games I save for just such an occasion. Hookshot's like, you've changed, man. The bing bong you keep hearing, friends, in the background, that is Amos using his doorbell. Bless his cottons. But, friends, I do want to say, please have a look at this title, because Scythe Dev Team have done a bunch of fascinating games. Except it doesn't show me the devs, it shows me the publisher. Again! Sorry, what was that? But also, I want to have a natter with your lovely selves. Ooh, Hookshot saying a publisher followed him on Twitter. That is a good sign. That means they're scoping. One of my industry friendos who I've done bounty hunting stuff for just moved over to Tencent Publishing. So if anyone needs an intro. Okay, so Aperio says they've been putting some time into Sifu. I thought what is it? It's every time you die, you get older, which I thought was a very interesting mechanic. But I worry it might be kind of evocative of Fable 1, in that by the time you're done with the game, your character is ancient, and you spend most of the game being an old person just kicking ass. Because the time it takes for you to age doesn't take into consideration like faff time and messing around. I'm also trying to find out what's going on with the press kits that got sent out. So for those who don't know, content creators and press and journos got sent these kits to like celebrate the launch of Sifu, and a lot of people are kind of pissed off about it because it's at least as it was explained to me, it was a collection of completely unrelated objects from varying Asian cultures that have no cohesion or connection. And so I'm still trying to find out if that was the studio or if it was a PR company. It wouldn't really change too much, but it would add a certain change of understanding of it, you know? Hookshot saying Tencent might be a little too big. Well, I've seen them invest in very small teams. But again, it's entirely up to your good self. I don't think Tencent do bounties because they're so massive. So it would just be like introductions to help friends. Okay, so iron markers. Let me get this straight, because Imperios was talking about this as well. So the aging mechanic in Sifu works. You can replay earlier stages to lower your overall age by doing them better. That's some fascinating time travel nonsense. And considering how much I praised Chernobylite, I don't know what that hand gesture was, but I don't remember. Considering how much I praised Chernobylite for the same thing, that's kind of fascinating. Sorry, friends. Forgive me for scoffing food down. Hookshot was saying that their dream game they've always wanted to build a studio where you make a game with Fable 1 vibes, but as you age, you have kids. The kids take on the family quest, and you play the story over lineage. That's fascinating, because Children of Morta... Moita? God, I always get that pronunciation wrong. Was very, very good in how it represented, like, the whole family takes on the quest. I thought that was very, very good. And, God, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was a Double Fine game. I want to say... Oh, God, something... something cup, something goblet... Which was a similar process if it was the lineage of your characters going at it. God. The Dream, you're right. It's Massive Chalice, which sadly wasn't a successful title, but was a really very good idea. Yeah, it's a tricky thing to do, because while I thoroughly enjoyed Rogue Legacy, the thing I felt it lacked was the legacy part. I wanted family trees, I wanted interactions, I wanted to see the time progressing as these poor heroes repeatedly tried to take on this dungeon, you know? Sorry, forgive me for stuffing my face. Food, very needed. No, I'm always fascinated with the idea of creating those lineages, creating those impacts, because, and we've talked about this a lot, we've talked about this, is that making losing a good part of the experience, making it something that unfurls more story, allows you to balance a game in a much better way. Where it's not a case of winning or losing, it's a case of like how much do you bring into this title by both your success and fail states? And it was one of the things that, again, I always felt like Rogue Legacy was so close to hitting that just right. But it started to feel like an unrelated grab bag of characters. It didn't feel like a lineage in any means.
Here's to 3.3333333333333 years.
To 3.33333333333 years. Sean, you're terror. Sean, thank you for 40 months, friend. How are you doing? Yeah, and sorry, just because there's a lot of very good points in this discussion, and it's hard to bring them all together. So, like, Aperios mentioning it would be kind of neat if generational percentage was based as the bloodline got thinner. But then Fred raises a very good point that bloodline mechanics can get into some really nasty social issues. So trying to balance those against each other is difficult. Park saying, what's running on main theatre today? Well, we had initially had a weird fecked up indie game, but I'm really not feeling it. Like, and you know I'm all about the weird good indie stuff. But, hello, Bobby. Amos being a lovable terror. Yoish, Bobby. We were going to be playing Happy Humble's Burger Farm this evening, but I don't know, I'm not vibing with it. And I feel like it's a game we need to go into proper. I think it's because, like, Fiona was ill this morning, And I spent most of the day dealing with very dumb problems to very, very simple things. Sorry, dumb things caused by simple problems is probably a better way of phrasing it. Which leads into the question of what am I going to show you this evening. But, like, seriously, friends, honestly, right now, I'm just enjoying chatting with everybody. So I'm going to be incredibly selfish and talk to all of you up. Iron Marcus, I did try Atomic Crops, and it was... This is one of the reasons why I do say, please don't recommend me your favourite game. When it comes to like suggestions of titles to show people, not to play, but to show people, never recommend me your favourite games, because I will be very honest. And in the past, I definitely upset a few people who were like, Will, you should stream this video game. And I'm like, that idea is dumb and stupid, and here is why. And that's not what people want to hear when it's one of their favourite titles. Corona says, I guess it's dealer's choice. It's always dealer's choice. It's always choice. I put an inordinate amount of time into trying to plan out the blocks of the week, let me tell you. Atomic Crops was one of those titles where it has a pun title, which is usually a great way to start a project, and it was sort of fun, but it never presented to me anything beyond what Atomic Throne and Enter the Gungeon had put forward already. Kestrel's like, whoa, have you heard of my favourite video game? It's called The Hex. I have not heard of this video game, Kestrel North. Do tell me more. You should play Halo. Oh yeah, and Lyris, like, joking aside, there are a lot of games that are just great to play and so boring to watch. And that's okay. Actually, Lost Flowers, we've done a full stream of Final Fantasy 15, and I will put it up as one of the great Final Fantasy games to date. It's not without its flaws, and it's by no means perfect, but it shows a craft and a care in its story that does human-level drama in a story about gods and kings in such a brilliant way. Yeah, Perios, you're right. I should just stream Vampire Survivors for the next 6 hours and not say anything. Just stare into the screen, lifelessly. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a snark lord. Yeah, Kestrel, Power Wash Simulator is a glorious game. Such a wonderfully satisfying, calming title with a wonderful sense of accomplishment. So Caffeine was saying they'd be down because Vampire Survivors is super good. Well, yes, but Vampire Survivors is all in the experience. Watching someone who has almost everything unlocked in Vampire Survivors is kind of like... But working your way up to the point, the first time you evolve a weapon, it's like, I am now God! Fuck you, Dracula! You know what I mean? I'm still working to get both the two pigeons together, and I'm hoping that if I manage to combine the pigeons, then they become one weapon, then allowing me to unlock another weapon. Like, I've been trying to do the math in my head to see how many evolved weapons I can get on one run. I think so far my record is either 3 or 4 evolved weapons. Sorry, Fred's saying, well, maybe you should set the difficulty down. Then press X3 to start off a cliff. Ah, Tekken 7, you glorious monster. Kestrel's saying if you put 2 pigeons together, doesn't that make Canada Goose? I haven't unlocked it, Kestrel, so I don't know. So the possibility is still... maybe? Like, there's a strong chance? The one I'm desperately trying to think of an interesting way to play and show everybody is a game called Cypher, and I'm obsessed with it. Conceptually, I played none of it, because I don't know if I can make it into an interesting stream with everybody, or if I just have to save it. Because the game is a bunch of different decryption puzzles, including the holy fuck! Now we have a true raid! Now a battle worthy of us! Bring forth our many troops! Let us see what you have amongst you, DJ! Hero to the people, Danjo! Sorry, mate, I'm on full extra tonight! Oh, Dan, how in the hot heck are you? Bluggle, it has been 1,000 years. Iron Marcus, what ho, friends? The Wearing Orb? Definitely an orb worthy of ponder. What ho, friend, hello! Ankmania with a haunting Kirby. Trummel, thank you kindly for the follow. Okay. Considering the amount of yelling going on here, Dan, how are you doing, mate? How was your evening? What were you up to? Tell me your tales! Why would you release dabs during a raid? I'm gonna miss them. Oh my god. Now I'm gonna move that forward. But yes, Wearing Orb. I'm having a good evening, you know. I had some. Oh, we're playing some Hitman and having a run. Well, Dan, thank you for entrusting me with your squad. I'll do my very best to talk with them and entertain them. And if you want to join us for ridiculousness on Saturday, I blipped you a thing. If not, it's no worry, it's no stress. But I got boats. I got private boats. Which, when I say it like that, does actually sound very sinister. You're all gonna be waiting.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
And once more, House Carl strikes! Fearless, feckin' thank you. Busting out a fan of knives like it's nothing. You managed to hit Timlum, Deepest Blue Dragon, Ninja Falcon, Dragon Life, and Snowy Owl. Oh, well, Wearing Orb, I'm definitely down for a great big chat and a natter, so hopefully I can bring a little bit of a spark into your afternoon. Oh shit!
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Caffeine just propped up Dan as the feckin' Jarl. All hail your new Jarl! Hero to the people, Dan Jones! A gift from a Dan to a Dan gives us a Jarl hero. From one Dan to another. Also, now I'm gonna dab like an arse. Just got... Amos just settled. You lot are the worst. Alright, to those of you who have just joined us, I have a dab point reward. I must now enact that, as is the sacred pact between imaginary internet points and my dumb face. Criminals, a lot of you. Lot of you. Don't look at me. My boy, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I actually don't know if this is possible. I'm about to fucking find out. Okay. You're alright. See what you've done? Woken the dog. Monsters. Alright. You're okay, buddy. You're okay. Don't look at your father. Don't look at me. Criminals, a lot of you. I was a respected professional once. Respected professional. Ha! Ka-cha! And now I feel shame at the minor action. I know, Bobby. I know. It's strange and weird. Somehow this is my job. Okay, so to those of you who have just joined us, properly now, Watto and welcome. How goes it? Happy by when one thinks of maturity, can you order a drink of your own volition? That's the. I wouldn't say that mature conversations are something I can necessarily offer. But yeah, so to those of you who just joined us, I completely forget what we were talking about when you came on in. Initially, I had planned to show everybody a really weird. What if Clerks 2 was a surrealist horror game? But if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm not vibing with that this evening. So we're just having a chat and a hangout. If you all forgive me all for pitching at you, mainly because I want to invite a bunch of people to it on Saturday. We've got a private Blackwake server, and we are going to get a bunch of ship-of-the-line flavoured nonsense. Imagine Chivalry, but with huge ships of the line. And that's what we're going to be doing on Saturday if you want to come join us. It's going to be fun. It's going to be very stupid. There's going to be a lot of yelling. Iron Marcus, I don't know when that dropped. I've not been able to play as much Arknights as I used to, because just to dag. There's been a lot going on all at once. Not necessarily in a bad way, but my gaming life, outside of hanging out with you lot, chatting with all of you lot, my gaming life has been Vampire Survivors and 7 Days to Die. It's almost like I'm playing all the weird, interesting stuff with you lot, and then just kind of hanging out. There's a part of me that's like, maybe we should jump back into Arctico, because I don't know if I'm ever going to come back to that one, like, outside of streams. Well, see, Iron Marcus, I wouldn't say those games are necessarily the comfort food per se, but, like, they have the correct amount of engagement for me right now. Because, like, usually we sort the dogs, house gets all calm and sorted, and I usually get time to myself about, like, midnight, 1 o'clock. And by that point, like, the amount of brain power I have to dictate to it is not a lot. 7 Days to Die isn't a simple game by any means, but it's because it's just me. There's zombies trying to kill me, of course, and creatures and strange places to explore, but the game in its entirety is just me and nobody else, and I find that very calming. And then Vampire Survivors, if you haven't played it, it's reverse bullet hell. You are the hell, you bring the bullets. You make it everyone else's problem. And it has this wonderful, ever-expanding, almost... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. It evolves in the same manner as an idle game, but you still have to move around and make choices on what upgrades and things you take. So it doesn't ask of you lightning reflex nonsense. It asks you to make choices and plan your movements and slowly feel more and more and more and more powerful in this space. And I'm down for that right now. I've also been playing a game called Wolfstride, which I believe I described it on Twitter as doing a line of Bebop off of a Trigun box set. It's so anime. It's transcendent. Oh, and Quasi, good evening to you. Fred said the new Magic set dropped today. Dude, it will be 1,000 years until I have money for Magic sets. I was very kindly given a bunch of the Viking-themed ones. Oh!
A hungry mathematician just purchased Humble Book Bundle, the calculating chef by Chronicle Books for $18.
Feckin' yo! Well, whoever that was, thank you for using the Humble link, obviously. And I haven't even checked the Humble bundles right now. I am not a good host. You can see the light of the screen coming back. Alright, let's see if it's dark enough that the overhead doesn't make this completely trash. Alright, I just got a bit of a shiny forehead. It's fine. Okay, so I will say on the video games bundle side, the Fuck Cancer bundle is still currently doing very, very well. But that's a charity that I absolutely, well, so to say, that is a drive I wholeheartedly support. So that's one where I wouldn't want you to throw kickbacks to my dumb self. Although the thing that keeps making me laugh is over on Humble, I think it's Humble Choice now, the like the monthly we give you games, is they advertise it as like the Borderlands 3 bundle, and out of the games in that setup, like it's like you get a bunch of incredible video games, and then Borderlands 3 kind of as a leftover. So jumping back in, Fred's just started playing the new Kamigawa set. Way cool. Now, is it just a re-release of old Kamigawa, or are there any like additional rules changes? Because I've really not looked into it too much. I saw the Rat Ninjas were back, including Biker Rat Ninjas and Mech Pilot Rat Ninjas, and was like, huh. So it is a new set revisiting the plane, so it does have new rules. It's not just a re-release with new art. Oh. There we go. And yes, for those of you wondering, this is the Everhood soundtrack in the background. That game is incredible, and I will say nothing about it because I don't think Dan's finished it. Oh yeah, Fred, you're right. There is a Ninja Turtle. That is a highlight. But yeah, I was lucky enough to get sent some cards from the Viking expansion for the Viking set that came out. I want to say recently, but it was last year. Which I think it was pre the Dungeons and Dragons set. Bleeding Nora. I need time travel to just not for a bit. Lizzie, what do you mean which Dan? The Dan that raided us! Hero to the People Dan Jones! The Relevant Dan! Oh, that's a really good... that's a name for a podcast and a half. But yeah. I think I just want to have a natter and a hang out with you lot. If that's alright. I mean, I will admit, I am looking at some of the, like, the super short... I know, Caffeine, you're definitely relevant. I mean, a Dan propped up a different Dan for their ruling Yeldam space. Like, that's that's powerful. Yeah, some of the games that I am trying to think of times to show you. Now is not the time for us to do milk inside of a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk. Because that is feckin' out there. If we do eventually start doing like Longship After Dark, along with Little Misfortune, there are a bunch of games that are just fucking weird. And that's definitely one of them. Crux is asking if it's Milkception. Happy Pie is like, sucker milk? The game is milk inside of a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk. Came out midway through 2020, and it is weird. And it did so well, even at a price point of $1. That's $1 not on sale. It had a follow-up, which is milk outside of a bag of milk, outside of a bag of milk. And it just keeps getting feckin' weirder. And that one was released the very end of last year. Pudding Pop Panda, how are you doing? What, old friend? Hello, hello. Apparently, I'm full of feckin' energy today, which surprises no one more than me. Oh, and Kestrel, I also love Little Misfortune, but like, that's one of those games you need to know what you're signing up for. You need to be ready to be like, this game is going to throw the darkest shit at you, and you've got to be ready for that. You know, it's almost kind of like content warning, all. Oh, sorry, Happy Pie. It was I misread the name, but okay, I know what you mean. Though I feel like doing that with milk would get messy. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so Kestrel saying if you want the darkest the dark, that's Fran Bow. Now, I would disagree with you, but the reason being is because Fran Bow wears its darkness on its sleeve. Like, you look at the... If you look at the page for Fran Bow... Hang on, let me... Let me bring it up for you all. So, actually, I'll go over to main screen so you can have a look. Alright, so, like, this is Fran Bow here. This is absolutely everything, like, of, like, twisted indie par extraordinaire. But, when you have a look at Little Miss... Is it Misfortune or Misfortune? Yeah, Little Misfortune. Let's have a look over here. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's so cute. Is that Fox doing a ritual? Don't worry about it. Oh, look how cute it is. And there's a ghost friend? Alright, you know what? Whatever. I'm sure this is fine. Led by her new friend, Mr. Voice, Misfortune ventures into the woods, where the mysteries are unraveled. And the manner in which she delivers these gut-punchingly brutal lines in this innocent, cute style, just... Yeah, so the reason I want to do Longship After Dark in the future is so we can tackle stuff like that. Oh. And yes, Steam keeps wanting me to play Pathologic 2. At some point, we'll have to bite the bullet and do a run-through of that one, because Pathologic's an important game. It's not necessarily good. I can't say that you should play it, but you should know it. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, the importance of art when it comes to video games is something I've been thinking about a lot. Friends, I get a lot of time by myself. I do a lot of thinking. Don't judge me. Amos isn't exactly much of a talker. But I really... As I'm getting older, I'm starting to dislike Steam's review system more, not less. And one of the reasons being is that the Steam review system is entirely subjective, and there are games which are uncomfortable and weird and odd that are by no means bad. But a lot of them can suffer from, like, perception problems, or from this thing I keep seeing, where someone will play a game for like 20 hours and then go, I liked it, but I don't think you would like it, therefore I'm going to vote this down. And it's pure binary nonsense, absolutely does not help. But the Steam reviews themselves aren't judged on a binary, because you have, it's either good, bad, or funny. But that's not taken into account when it comes to the review scores, and it's just... Sorry, I'll try not to rant on that one. I'll try. I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best. Kestrel said that they never review. I try to...
Uncomfortable, you say? Spoken to Mr. Bucket lately?
Okay, firstly, Favour 6, you know me and Mr. Bucket are not on speaking terms. Secondly, thank you for the bits. Sorry, for those of you who've just joined us, like, I'm entirely supported by bits and the nonsense. So I'm very grateful for all of them, alright? And Draconic Dude, there's slightly more space. Like, it's getting better. We're probably still, like, another, like, 2 or 3 sessions away from getting this, like, up and running proper. But we made a bit of headway.
What did Mr. Bucket do? Was it beyond the pale?
Punspector, why are you like this? Why are you like this? But no, Earl, you kind of hit the nail on the head with what I was saying, which is seeing Steam reviews that are amazing game, love it, but you'd hate it, so thumbs down. Or I played this game for like 200 hours and then a little thing that's very specific changed, so downvote. It's more being used not as a recommendation, but almost as a protest, as a demand, holding your review to ransom. Fearless is like, puns, you literally made me hit the desk. Oh, that's what I was talking about when Dan brought the crew in. Or his crew in, I should say. There is a game that I do want to stream with everybody, and I still haven't worked out how I'm going to do it and make it interesting. But it's a game called Cypher. And you're in this pure white museum. And throughout all these different exhibits, there are these different cipher-based puzzles that you have to work out. And as you clear each one, it leads to, I guess, whatever the grand reveal is. Steam page is like, it's a first-person puzzle game about cryptography. And as you go through the different parts in this pure white museum, the ciphers become more and more complex, including things like the Enigma machine and shit like that. And I'm fascinated by this, because I don't know how many of these puzzles I can work out as a dyslexic Mother Hubbard. But I'm curious to find out. But I'd also love to do it as a group game. I know it doesn't sound super exciting. It's not as cool as, oh, I don't know, ships blowing the hot heck out of each other. Which I'm definitely excited for. But no, jumping back in, so Phil is pointing out Steam reviews saying this game sucks, don't play it, and their playtime is 200 hours. Like, and I'm not saying that I have a good solution for the Steam review problem, because if you weight it based on hours, that is a thing that users can game. And as we well know, any time in the Steam ecosystem where users work out they can game the system, they're just gonna. That's what they do for the rest of the night. But I'm losing a lot of patience with it as a setup, you know what I mean? And I mean, you're right, you don't want somebody who's barely touched the game to review it. But then you do see those, play the game, 0.2 hours. This game is terrible and bad and doesn't work, don't play it. It's like, anyone here who's done any kind of like customer service stuff or any kind of QA testing, compat testing, any of that will know that users are the worst. They will get so angry at you. My video game doesn't work. I spent $40 on this. How dare you send me? How dare you put out this game into the world that does not work? You bastard! You're bad and you should feel bad. And you're like, okay, all right. Sip a beverage. Okay, send me your DX diag. Let's have a look. And you look at the DX diag, and it looks less like the components of a computer and more like the bits taken out of a potato salad. Like, they're trying to run this on hardware that shouldn't, by the laws of physics, even have worked to this point. And it is infuriating, because you cannot tell the consumer you're wrong and dumb and stupid. I mean, maybe you can if you're the right kind of studio. I feel like Devolver could get away with it. But Kestrel's asking if you can run Skyrim on a potato salad. Has anyone tried? Aussie, New Blood would do that. Yeah, they would. Although their current catchphrase is "We hate money," which amuses me greatly. Anyway, bringing it back. Oh, Artsy Pose whistling innocently over the potato they had initially tried to run Monster Hunter Rise on. We've all been there. And Lyris, thank you for filling a pint glass. So yeah. Okay, Favour 6. EVE Online was designed to be run on literally anything until they added the walking in stations bit, which I would have loved to see them expand upon, but it wasn't meant to be. But and again, for those of you, this is the game we're playing on Saturday. There's gonna be a lot of explosions and death. Oh wow, we did the whole Everhood soundtrack there. Go us. Okay, puns. Have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Alright, seriously, have a good one. I'm gonna keep nattering at these. Oh god, Sonic, calm yourself. Lizzie, I don't think we'll need a command just yet, but we'll probably need one. Well, so what I'm gonna do, Lizzie, for Saturday is we'll have the details either like sent to the other ship captains, seeing whoever ends up joining us for this event, and we'll keep the deets for like joining and stuff on varying discords. And mainly because, and I was talking about this earlier, Black Wake is a wonderful game that has a very, very enthusiastic and engaged community, but they're hard as nails. And we've not played this game a lot. So I want to give everybody a chance to kind of just play it with idiot friends. Sorry about that. Dang. Right. Yeah, sleepy dag. I heard a thunk behind me and I was like, oh no, what is... And it's just his tail hitting the boxes. Bless his littles. Bless his littles. Sorry, Phyllis was just saying you can run GLaDOS on a potato and by extension the entire Aperture Science Enrichment Center. I loved the bit where she got so angry that she used up her power and shorted out. It continues to make me laugh. Happy Pie was saying that Black Wake kind of looks like Sea of Thieves. It's like Sea of Thieves blended with Chivalry. It's a round-based ship v ship combat game. You versus another ship, causing problems, causing mischief. It's wonderfully silly when played with the right peeps. And if you do play it with a lot of very, very talented individuals. If you do play it with some people who are very, very talented, it can be very, very interesting. But it's not the kind of game that one should attempt to take seriously. Like, it is a game that you should play... How was it that Patrick Gill described Chivalry? He described Chivalry as like a dog park, from the perspective of the dog. Like, it's not about pushing the objective, it's not about winning a round, there's no competition, there's no matches. You just join this cavalcade of chaos as it's ongoing, and then just go from there. Like, it's the Brits versus the pirates in a bunch of nonsense. And Fearless, I would very much disagree that it's armor-like. Whilst teams can work very, very well together, the core of it is very chaotic. Like, very much evocative of that Age of Sail... Age of Sail flavour chaos. And Orzine, it's absolutely kind of built out of that, like, modding space. It feels like a mainstream mod for Half-Life 2. With all its, like... with all the jank that comes with it. But in a good way. Oh, and Captain Steph, a good evening to you. What ho, friend? Hello, hello. We're just having a natter. I had originally planned to throw in a very, very... Apparently, it's just waffle time. Yeah, initially I planned to throw in a very weird and messed up indie game, but I'm really not feeling it. And what I am feeling is hanging out and having a chat with everyone. So that's where we at. How's it going with your good self? Though I will say, pondering a few very odd shore games. Oh, so Harmonious was asking, when you say hard as nails, do you mean the kind of things that take it too seriously and don't like new folks, or just the kind that's very good at what they do? The latter. They're very, very good. They understand the mechanics to a point where they can do things almost beyond the scope. Oh, Happy Pie was asking when we're chatting what usually are the topics. I tend to start with games industry type stuff. Okay, well, if there are any amongst you who I haven't met before, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. My name's Will, and I worked in the games industry for 10 years. 10 fucking years. Now, whether or not I'm still games industry is kind of a... I mean, that's a philosophical question, right? But I tend to do a lot of deconstructions about the industry, what happens, what's going on. We kind of covered a lot of the current banter earlier on today. That being the tell-all expose on Team 17. Yes, I did have to do that movement to remember that name. That's where I'm at. Oh, and Captain Steph, thank you kindly for asking. Fiona is doing much better. She got a good old bag of the good drugs and is feeling much, much better. But this morning was a bit all over the place. That's probably where this energetic, almost mania is coming from, because this morning it was like, oh shit, Fiona's gone to hospital, I gotta look after the dogs, today could be a very bad day. And, well, obviously not a perfect day by any means. It's turned out much better than expected. Draconic Dude is excited for Digimon Con coming up this month. I hadn't heard head nor hide of that. Not that I'm a Digimonious individual. Damn it! Why have I never used Digimonious as a term before? Wearing Orb, that is in fact myself. That feels like 1,000 years ago. Okay, Harmonious likes the word Digimonious. Well, you can have that for free. Yeah, so Happy Pie, I did Sir You Are Being Hunted for I'm trying to remember what Floydo's play channel is. Playframes. And it was a lot of fun. At some point, I do want to revisit it because I haven't done the co-op mode with anybody. But also, there is the Sir You're Being Hunted remastered coming as well. Industry-wise, I cut my teeth initially as a QA, a quality assurance tester I probably did community management more than anything else in the industry, but the last role that I held full-time as part of a studio was a communications director. So I've been one of them fancy blokes. I'm one of them proper titles. Aw. Neo Shadow was saying that the So You're Being Hunted was the first they saw of my dumb self on Floydo's channel. Thank you. Well, I'm Marcus. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I hope your roommate's doing much better. Sorry, just Kestrel saying you had a proper title the whole day. I'm still proud of Digimonius. That one's definitely going in the bank. So Happy Pie was asking if we played We Happy Few. Thought it was in the same ballpark. Well, that was what was so fascinating. So if you want to talk about like industry deconstructions, marketing versus deliverable, We Happy Few. For those that weren't around, the We Happy Few marketing campaign had it based out like, I'm trying to think how to describe it, kind of like a BioShock-style narrative experience based around this very strange, isolated community in the UK. Kind of a little bit The Prisoner, a little bit, I don't know, like psychotropic horror. A whole community of people who have to, take their joy, mind-altering substances that keep everyone happy and from being a downer. This game ended up like doing gangbusters with some incredible trailers and some great showings. And then when it released in early access, it turned out that it was actually a survival game. That you had to run around this weird little English village and stay hydrated and fed, and you had to sleep as well. Caught everyone off guard. Not quite in the same vein as like, the Jack Black project, the Jack Black vehicle. Oh my word, how am I forgetting that one? Oh my life. Brutal Legend. Oh, Fearless, thank you. I'm so glad I have you lot. Much like Brutal Legend, it was a game that advertised itself very much as one thing, and when the other thing dropped, people were very taken aback. But the mistake was also having such a polished marketing campaign around We Happy Few, and then launching in early access made everyone go, hang on. So I've not gone into We Happy Few yet, because I didn't want to go into it and go in with like a negative opinion of it ahead of time. If we haven't met before, hello. One of my goals in being on this, the internet, is to try and go into games and find the things to love about them. Find the things that make them special, make them worthy of our time. The reason why we emotionally anchor ourselves to these pieces of art. Because even a game that's subpar, even a game that a lot of people dislike, can still have moments in it that are brilliant. But yeah. And Krypton, what, oh friend? How feckin' goes it? And Lagmeister, good evening to you. It blows my mind that Jack Black has a gaming channel. But, I mean, that is what happens when our medium becomes part of culture. And that's alright. Twizlight, more waffling on in a conversational manner, but I guess sorta. I'm just having a big old natter. Oh, excuse me. Well, Krypton, you have survived. Well done. Feelers, I think it's safe to say that Schaefer was very disappointed with how EA marketed Brutal Legend. And from what I've heard anecdotally behind the scenes, basically EA's marketing around it turned into this, like, I don't want to say sunk cost fallacy, but initially Okay, as I understand it, and this is all anecdotal, so please take it with a fistful of salt. As I understand it with Brutal Legend, the game was pitched as it was, you know, an adventure with RTS elements and characters and story. And there was a number it needed to sell. And then EA started getting nervous and started hyping the marketing and spending more. But as it continued to get hyped, the marketing budget expanded, thus the number of copies needed to be sold kept expanding and kept expanding. And they went for a monstrous hype campaign, which completely ignored all of the RTS elements, thus creating that kind of like that big old switcheroo. Yeah. It's something that does happen in AAA quite a lot, and EA's very guilty of it. One of the things that they do when they're nervous about a game is they ramp up the marketing to 1,000 degrees. And if you want a really good example of that, go have a look at Anthem's marketing campaign. Like, Anthem was a game that should have launched as an early access title with a little bit of buzz around it, but not too much, and then slowly worked its way up to something bombastic. But nah, EA don't do that. EA don't play that way. So they did... God, they even got District 9 director Neil Blomkamp. They got him to direct a live-action trailer for that game, and it was not ready. The expectation placed on the studio, what users thought the game was going to be and what it was going to deliver, and the quality level, put Anthem in an impossible situation. But as an aside, if you want to see possibly one of the greatest videos on character design on the internet, look up Anthem Should Have Truck Nuts on YouTube. I'm not even joking. Patrick Gill does a video where he justifies why the mechs, or the mech suits I should say, in Anthem should have truck nuts. And it's brilliant. It's also what it's saying and what it's talking about in terms of like video game character design is brilliant. Sorry, I need more words to describe. It's right good like, and you'll learn what good stuff. So Harmonious was said they've seen, although not played, a pretty complete playthrough of We Happy Few, and it feels like they did everything they wanted to from it in We All Fall Down DLC, which stripped out the survival and open world elements. Interesting. I mean, it's... It's so feckin' hard, friends. Because the thing is, with video games, you can't just turn the ship around. The bigger and more successful your title is, or that is to say, the more people working on a project, the harder it is to make a directional change. There's no... The hype and keen around We Happy Few definitely got away from them. And they definitely played into it. And they should have moved into it being just a semi-linear narrative experience. And by semi-linear, I mean the perception of it being an open experience with it actually being a linear setup. Thing that Bioshock does very, very well. Because that's the expectation that had been brought, and that was the product that people were so keen for. I personally feel that if they'd been pitching a survival game in that space, there would have been less of a reception for it. Yeah, Hookshot, you're incredibly right. There is no New Game Plus after release for most developers. Feckin' right. Like, I know I talk about how important marketing is for video games. If people don't know about your game, they can't buy your game. And just, good games do not sell themselves. Occasionally, and I mean like, 1 in every 5,000 games will just get hit by a spark of lightning. But that is so rare, and it is impossible to replicate. A lot of the time, a game that feels like it comes from nowhere, there was actually something that happened that hurtled it into the atmosphere. You just didn't see it. God, yeah, Among Us is the best example. Like, their lightning strike came years after release. After they'd already called the game a failure, cut it, and started developing the sequel. And now it's one of the big games. Ah, Draconic Dude. See, again, I wish I could play the QI sound when people bring up Undertale in this conversation. Byakuaz. The success of Undertale wasn't just a slapping soundtrack and some great pithy writing, because we have those kind of games out there. The bloke who made Undertale was responsible for some of the big banging tracks in Homestuck, and lived in Hussey's basement, Andrew Hussey being the original creator of Homestuck. And so, before it all started careening down, I want to say Undertale came out during one of the... Either came out after the end of Homestuck or during one of the gigapauses. And Andrew Hussey tweeted about it. And then Toby Fox suddenly had a lot of people paying attention to his product. Do you have a friend that has a Homestuck tier fan base? Because if so, ask them real nicely if they'll tweet you about. Agonaniki, like I have that kind of power. I wish I did. God, I would love to be able to just make my friends' game successful. Like, I often talk about how I love the fact that I get to have a conversation with all of you lot on the regular. There aren't too many of us that the chat box is an unwieldy behemoth moving at 1,000 miles an hour. We can actually have a conversation. And I don't think I can handle more than about 100 people on the regular. I think that would be my absolute peak. But the idea of having a monstrous user base, so I can just go, friends, buy that video game, and 10,000 people just buy it like that. I would use that to make my friends' games jump into the stratosphere. Hookshot says, living in Australia, we have so few big talent like that, and we just happen to be living in someone's basement. Very true. Unfortunately, while it is a wonderful trait in a person, the cult of modesty around the Australian games industry and, like, the NZ games industry suffers from this as well. That means that there aren't big, loud noisemakers that you can be like, hey, can you tell people about my game? They're like, yeah, nah. Quasi says, so after you break 100 viewers on the regular, you can start playing all those games that will make bad streams that we want. Oh yeah, shit. Once we hit 100 on the concurrence, I can just turn into a full-time Devil Dagger streamer. Oh yeah, no, Agonaniki, you're entirely correct. Fame comes with compromises, especially in the performing arts, and that's something I have witnessed with friends going through that experience themselves. Like, we have a very tight-knit corner of the internet where we're strong enough to keep everything going, but not so big as to be unwieldy. Like, I know everybody here, and that's fucking cool. Back when I actually used to see people that weren't the dogs, like, I would tell people about you lot, you know? And in the same way you talk about your friends who are getting into cool stuff and doing things, you know? Agonaniki and Meowki Sakura, this is an Uwulus zone. Uwus will be checked at the door, thank you kindly. Okay, so Wearing Orb, it was lovely to meet you, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Now, our woos are very different. Oh, I can't stop the uwoos. I can't stop the uwoos, can I? Are you sure? I have great powers. Artsy Power and DX Man, that's just an owl looking at you weird. By the power of Grayskull! Ha ha ha! I wield my power with no regard! Why the feck do you lot put up with me? Yeah, let's see you ooh-woo now with only emotes. We'll turn it back on in a second.
You asked for this.
Wait, Quasi, did you just put forward 200 bits to circumvent the ooh-woosness? Pixel just yelling. Oh, man. Animated emotes was such a great idea. Alright. We can turn people's chatting back on. We've flexed our powers enough.
This is your life now.
Alright, well, that's where I live. Oh, you lot of feckin' treasures. Boring, Alice. I'm feeling ooh-woozy. God. I think someone... I remember someone sending me an image of a hot pink Uzi and calling it the Uzi. And...
Now why would I do that, you woo?
Quasi, you are... An excellent question. Okay, seriously. Joking aside, Quasi, Crux, Quasi again, seriously thank you for the bits, alright? Like, because we've got a bunch of new peoples in here, I need to make it very clear. I am super fucking grateful for anything you lot throw in bits-wise. Like, it's what keeps this going.
You will have no idea what we will do if you will give us no choice.
God. You're all the terrors, you know that. Yeah, Kestrel, I'm going to focus on the teeny tiny rainbows. Fill in the pint globes. Thank you kindly. Oh. So yeah, just hanging out and having a natter on a Thursday night. How are you? One of the things I'm really hoping to start doing is some more stuff for YouTube. I'm sorry I've told my lot this, but one of my goals...
Will is the grand deal of gratitude.
Aww. Agananiki, that's very kind of you to say. It's important to me. Like, okay, again, to the regulars, I'm sorry you've had to listen to this for almost 4 years now. But there was a time in my life where I didn't think I was going to be able to do this. I thought I'd lost this. And I've done a lot of different jobs professionally. I've done a lot of things in the games industry from a lot of different angles, and I didn't think that this, like doing streams, chatting to people, talking about the things that I love, and sharing the games that mean so much to me, I didn't think that was where I wanted to be professionally. But it turns out it was. I didn't really realise that until it was gone. But here we are. So that feeling's never left me. The idea that someone's like, hey, here's $2. I think you're doing alright. Here's $2 in disambiguous Bezo bits. I'm like, feckin' yo. Draconic Dude, I'm almost offended that you think I wasn't aware there was Magic the Gathering mechs. Not only that there's actually a Magic the Gathering card which is roughly based on the Shining Finger attack from G Gundam. Although I think it's it's more like the Flying Kick, but yeah. Which is closer to Samurai Flamenco than G Gundam, but Samurai Flamenco borrows heavily from G Gundam's over-the-top style and has a banging OP. Aganaki, sadly the Magic Mechs don't have models yet. Also, Lawrence, how are you doing this fine evening? What, old friend? We were going to play a weird, like, surrealist horror game but I wasn't feeling it. So we're just having a natter and a hangout. How are you? Lagmeister's asking is there an Uwu Magic the Gathering foil card? Now, the thing that I wish you know what? I'm not a person in need of more Magic cards. I've still got a backlog of boosters to do a draft with at some point. What was I going to say? But the thing I wish, if I had stupid money, I'd done was gotten the Kaiju variants and then the mech variants to have like a Kaijus versus robots Pacific Rim Magic throwdown. Because they did official like Godzilla branded Magic the Gathering cards. Way cool! Sorry, Lawrence did a VO workout with Sarah Sakura. Now, I don't know who that is, but if you were bringing her up, I'm sure she's a person of note. Okay, I mean, as per usual, Google is being very unhelpful in telling me anything about them, but yeah. And Lizzie, I do still have a backlog of Gundams, but the next one I'm probably going to work on, if not tonight, then maybe tomorrow. I'm going to do a little SD kit, just to kind of like get back into the swing of things, because one, it's not too much mess, and two, like the detail on these new SD kits is so pretty. I want to do the thing. It's got all the shiny bits and everything. It's going to be great. We don't have a Gundam building station yet, but I can kind of get like a space around here. I've got my Mowgli kit box, so it's not like it's impossible. But yeah. So yeah, you join us as we're just having a hangout and a chat. We've covered pretty much most of the games industry stuff this evening, unless there's been some new drama that started in the last couple hours, which, you know what? It's kind of... You never knew. So my Twitter's being a jerk at the moment, so... I mean, you're right, Lawrence. There's always something. No, for some reason, my Twitter has decided to be a grumpy crumbum, so I'm slowly doing battle with it. And you know what, DX Man, you're right. Sometimes it's okay to remain blissfully ignorant. Alright. Friends, Caffeine requires your help. So Caffeine has said they need some D&D shopkeepers. Blacksmith, armorsmith, trader, barkeep. Now, are you looking for names for these? Because, I mean, a blacksmith shop called Get Hammered is something I quite like. Lagmeister's asking, can you teach me to repaint Magandum? I mean, the TLDR of it's quite simple. I recommend airbrush. Depending on what your plans are for it, either a nice white or black base coat to go from there, and then have some fun with it. I need a cup soon. Okie dokie. So sorry, as my nattering drifts off into the ether. The other things we've been talking about is the announcement that we're getting a re-release of... Well, it's not a re-release, we're getting a remake of Front Mission 1. Well, and I still don't know if it's Front Mission 1 or Front Mission First. They said Front Mission First, but I didn't see anything to back that up. So that's kind of the one that's bouncing around my noodle the loudest. But it's mostly because, and this was the thing I was talking about earlier, I am emotionally invested in Front Mission as a series. It's one of the games that shaped me as a person. And it definitely showed me that you could tackle some really, really heavy topics, even in a video game about giant robots. It was the first time I kind of became aware of the idea of using sci-fi to tackle like real-world stuff, which is very common in stuff like Star Trek and like television sci-fi. Hell, Babylon 5. Oh boy, they did not feck around. But it wasn't something that I'd considered in video games, you know what I mean? Where even war games were kind of a disambiguation of. God, I still remember being given one of the... what was the series? Was it Desert Storm? There was a series of really subpar PC shooters. I remember being given one of those one Christmas, because they used to be like... feckin' hell. They used to be in like the £5 bargain bins. And thinking back on it now, the fact that war games didn't talk about the realities of war... Kind of weird, but I know, power fantasy, I guess. But then here was this weird SNES era RPG game that was like, no, we're going to talk about the realities of this shit. Let's go for it. Let's get in there. Was that the series? Was it Conflict Desert Storm? Because I remember they made like 4 or 5 of these like budget shooters. Oh, Twizlight just mentioned they love Babylon 5. Yeah, it's so good. I'm cautiously optimistic about the potential for a remake. Because we've come a long way in sci-fi and nerdery since then. And now that consumers are entirely okay with like full-on stories rather than like the syndicated nonsense, I think we're on for a winner, you know? Oh yeah, DX Man, you're right. The Strike series was the helicopters, like desert, jungle, urban. God, there's so many of those old, terrible budget video games that are still part of my lexicon. Like that strange Mario Kart competitor that id did for a while. Used to be on all the shareware discs. And it was, let me tell you, not good! But yeah, so let me put the question to you. Like, friends, what is a series or game that you don't think that you could look at objectively? A game that you are emotionally invested in to the point where there's no unbiased look, there's no disambiguation. It's you're all in. Because for me, that's definitely Front Mission as a series. Which has led me to despise Front Mission Evolved and Left Alive. Left Alive should have been something brilliant, and it was fucking dreadful. Now, usually I'm the first person to say that there are very few bad games. All games have merit, because no one sets out to make a bad video game. But there are also some series that we are so emotionally attached to that we're beyond... Yeah. So... is Sato saying that for themselves it's the original Deus Ex? Yeah. And I'm so glad they didn't do a subpar sequel to that game that broke my heart! which I had threatened to play on stream, but is apparently a nightmare to get running on PC. Oh, Kestrel's is Starbound. God, I know what you mean. I've put so many hours into Starbound. I don't think it's a game, again, I could talk about unbiasedly. Quasi's is Viva Pinata. I'd love to know what got you into that as hard as. Orzine and another Deus Ex. Miyaki Soccer says Phantasy Star. Now, do you mean the OG RPGs or Phantasy Star Online? Because let me tell you, as a Phantasy Star Online fan, finding out there were old RPGs, I was like, yay! And then finding out how weird those old RPGs were, I was like, wait, what? Lagmeister was joking with Chucky Egg. God, I was about to ask some hard questions, but definitely Ico. I mean, God, that's understandable. Oh, Miyaki Sakura says the OG RPGs. Oh, I mean, no, that's fascinating. That's genuinely fascinating. Kestrel also loved Viva Pinata. But, like, friends, I'm talking about the real ones. Like, you cannot objectively look at this game. Like, it's so core to your personage. Okay, a person with a much better understanding of psychology would probably be able to tell you why. Like, why, as people, we anchor ourselves to art. Why we use art to define ourselves. Because I can't give you a direct answer why. I know that I do it. And I understand games more than I understand a lot of other artistic mediums. So, like, that's why I get into the guts on that one. But, like, when I think about the games that defined me as a person, like, Jet Set Radio is not without its faults. And let me tell you, replaying it when they did the re-release on 360, made me feel a little bit queasy with the controls before they tweaked them. A mutual friend at Sega Europe let me go over to the Sega Europe offices and play an early build of it because I was such a huge fan. But, like, I'm beyond being able to see the faults in that one. And I think somewhere out there is the most teenage rage rant you've ever read about the Game Boy Advanced Jet Set Radio release. God, I was so mad. So mad. So Edwin was saying that theirs is probably Planescape Torment. Edwin, did I tell you my Planescape Torment story? Before we found out What's-His-Face was a bit of a piece of shit. Did I tell you that story? Orzine says they remember making an ass of themselves in front of Warren Spector. Funny you should say that, because that's where my story is going. Oh, fascinating. So Harmonia says it's actually one of the great mysteries of psychology and philosophy of aesthetics. Interesting. Because often it isn't just the weight of the game, it is also when it strikes you. Like, it makes sense to me in a gaming idea that as your skill tree unlocks, that there's certain blocks that open up where a piece of art can lock in to begin to define you. Or that is to say, you can use it to define yourself. That just makes sense to me, but if you ask me to explain it in the emotions and thoughts and feels of the human experience, I'm like, I like video games. Well, DX-Man, I have this feeling, no one's ever commented on it officially, that because Microsoft paid for Jet Set Radio Future, and specifically for it to be a launch title on the OG Xbox, it's tied up in a whole bunch of bullshit on top of the music licensing. Okay, Edwin hasn't heard my Chris Avalone story. Alright, so before we found out Chris Avalone was a piece of shit, because, oh boy, there are a lot of stories that came out. I was, as a lot of people, I was a huge fan. Now, it's worth remembering that, in a time before social media, you didn't really know a lot about people in games. It's like, this is the person who wrote the thing. And I also was a huge fan of Planescape Torment. you know, in a world of brightly coloured RPGs, they dared to be, like, messy and punk and grunge. I still remember my friend's rant, in a good way, about how the protagonist from Planescape Torment was one of the most important characters in gaming because he was fugly. You know, he wasn't this chiseled pretty boy. It wasn't this chiseled beefcake fighter or this pretty boy or this, you know, pick your other, you know, idyllic power fantasy character. He were fugly. And the introduction that could be the POV character of a game and take you through it, alongside all the other clever things it did. God. Anyway, so we were at EGX Resd in Birmingham, the NEC, and we're at the we're at the Holiday Inn Express bar, which was not good. I still remember we ended up doing shots of Bacardi because it was one of like 3 spirits they had behind the bar. Oh, it was a dark night. Anyway, so I didn't know what Chris Avalone looked like, so I'm talking to Bertie, who was a good friend. I think he's still over at Eurogamer. Wonderful bloke. And we're having a natter, we're having a chat, and he's like, "Oh, Will, have you met Chris?" And he's like, "This is Chris Avalone. He wrote Planescape Torment." And I'm just like, "Ah!" But I am shithouse drunk. Because I thought it was just us and people we knew. Like, I knew a bunch of the Eurogamer people, and the other people were like friends and co-workers and stuff. We'd already gotten shit-faced together, so it was no worry. I don't think I was going to have to meet people. And so I start gushing. I love your game. I love the games you've worked on. Oh my god. I can't believe, you know, wrote words that shaped me as a person. But I kept calling it Planetscape Torment. And I must have done this like 6 or 7 times before he stops me. And he does not look like he is amused. He looks like he's pissed off the fuck. And he's like, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" And I'm like, "What?" "It's Planescape Torment." And like looking at Bertie being like, "Is this guy for real?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just very drunk." Anyway, then later on we would find out, not a good person. Shocking. But okay, going back to the conversation in chat. So Quasi was just saying that they did have a relatable moment. Quasi was trying to describe to a non-gaming friend just how much games as a medium define a part of your life. Yeah. Well, it's because for certain games, they do not ask you to observe or to understand. They ask you to experience. So when it hits you at just that right moment, it's even more so. You know, an album can capture a snapshot in time, a style, an aesthetic, a moment. But it's still something that you, I don't want to say observe, but it's still something that you passively partake of. You know, same with movies in a way. They're a snapshot of a moment in time. But when you go through a game, that's your experience. And I think that's so powerful. Yeah, got Edwin and Lawrence hanging out. I was joking about this the other day, that like this is turning into a little like unofficial VO Friendos hangout corner of the internet, and I love that. Oh, I'm boring Alice. That's a lovely story. Like, I don't want to retell it in case I get the cadence wrong. I don't want to misrepresent your story there, but that sounds lovely. So Agoniki says it's a pity that there aren't more games like Planescape. Well, I think that because there was the Tides of Torment, wasn't it? Was it Tides of Torment was meant to be the planes? Yeah, Tides of. Okay, Torment, Tides of Numeria. That was meant to be like the continuation of it, right? Torment, Tides of Numeria. Yeah, thank you. But I feel like Planescape was one of those examples of like right game, right time. I don't think it was something that we needed to build a massive IP on, because its fresh originality was a huge part of its impact. To turn that into a big franchise would have, I felt, eroded it a little. Plus, we're living at a time where we get Disco fucking Elysium. Like, fuck yes, that's good. VO friends! God. And again, like, I've said this before, but I feel it warrants saying again, like, Lawrence, Edwin, I am absolutely do not describe myself as a voice actor. What y'all do is a skill. I'm just loud and British and emotiful. Like, I can make face sound noises. I know, like that great acting term. But I would not describe myself as a voice actor. That being said, it was really fun getting to do that for DreadX, and I really want to do some more of that. Earl saying all this talk of isometric RPGs is reminding them need to get back to Wastelands 3. Yes! I've been saving Wastelands for me and my friend Tobias. Sorry, jumping back in. Oh. Sorry. Oh, Sadlin, I'm sorry you've been having power outages. I just assumed my nattering had bored everyone away. I hope it didn't cause any problems, mate. Sorry, as a complete aside, Faber6 was just mentioning one of the final moments in The Darkness 2, where Jackie gets to have his little slow dance, and Faber6 was saying it took him 10 minutes to hit the button. God, yeah. The Darkness 2 does not get discussed enough in video game terms. Like, the comic book shooter sequel that should have been a crock of garbage that ended up being just phenomenal. A genuine fresh take on shooters combined with some incredibly heartfelt storytelling in something that should have been a messy disaster. Like, really love it to get discussed some more, you know? Aw, Harmonious, that's a really big compliment, thank you. But, sorry, Harmonious was saying that I did a good job in DreadX. That was only because I was alongside Leo. So, friends, a lot of the time, at least as it was explained to me, when voice actors are recording stuff remote for video games and the ilk, it's usually them recording by themselves, setting the lines in, or having someone basically doing line direction, listening to the line, telling them, alright, change this, do this. It's quite rare, at least again, as it was explained to me, to be able to act alongside another person, but because of the short turnaround, and because Leo had the extra time, we did like a table read together and made notes, and then when we did the recording, we were actually bouncing off each other, but just recording it as two separate tracks on our own separate ends, and that was real nice. So I did have someone much more experienced than myself, being able to be like, change your inflection here, change your focal point here, try having a go at this line like that. And that meant I was able to cover a lot more ground and do a better job because I had that direction. Yeah, so Lawrence, it was closer to a studio session. Wait, no. The studio session, is that the solo or with the person? I forget. Orzine, I'm sorry you're having Twitch issues, friend. Apparently they're doing some tweaks to the AI. They're doing some tweaks to the API on the back end. That's why the stanza thing in the doobly-doo is gone, because apparently they've biffed it and Stanza's trying to fix it. Back on the subject of games that define the self, like Happy Pie is saying that for them it was Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time. Yeah. And see, what people were saying about how it's difficult to chart which games are going to affect you, I think that's a really big thing because both the technology and how games have evolved, like, music genres have evolved throughout our time, and the manner in which we listen to music has changed. I mean, for me, it's changed, 3 times? That is to say, it's gone from tape to CD to digital distribution. For anyone older than me, like, who has, like, memories of vinyl and the ilk, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. But games have been evolving both in terms of the stories that are told and the technology they're on so fast. Like, I remember playing Mario 64 round, I wouldn't even call him a friend, it was a neighbor near my grand's house, and it just blew my mind. How could this exist? The very idea of the hub world with the castle was my tiny mind blown. And then Ocarina of Time, taking that open world idea and folding it into this RPG, this concept that I didn't think we were ever going to be able to have. There it is. No disambiguation, no turn-based battles. You literally get on a horse, and then you ride that horse in real time in a 3D world. Feck me running. What a thing. God. And the thing is, it hit me at the right age, and it hit me as the technology was unfurling. There wasn't anything else. Like, it's unlikely that Ocarina of Time would hit as hard for new young'uns because we have Skyrim, we have World of Warcraft, we have these huge unfurling experiences. Alright, Aiden, try and get some sleep.
Reactor online.
To be continued.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems now.
Reseb, 40 months. That's a lot of monkey kettles. Is thy waffle strong? It looks like it.
The waffle is strong with us this eve. Sorry, we had a weird indie horror game to play, and it ended up... It's not right for us tonight. So we're just talking and hanging out. Kind of fucking love that. Also, Lyris, I didn't say thank you for your phone and pint glass. Now, I wanted to jump back because Caffeine was saying one of their big formative games was Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. God. I still remember playing Tiberium Sun and just feeling like this is the absolute pinnacle of RTS. And I don't mean... because it wasn't an evolution, it was a perfection. It was all the Command & Conquer games up until that point, honed down to an absolute art form. Every one of the levels was either a narrative challenge or a base building challenge or something. There was no 2 levels that felt like another, alright, where are the resources, where am I build my base? God, it just... So yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you, friend. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lawrence. Just clarifying on recording terms there. Oh yeah, and Edwin also adding that in terms of digital distribution, there was like listening to digital files versus streaming, and it's a whole thing. Sorry, and Asari, thank you kindly for 40 months again. I didn't mean to skip over that, because that's as long as we've had subs available, and that's a huge thing, so thank you. So Lagmeister, I'm trying to remember which PS2 game that was. Was it the one set in the jungle with the transforming... Oh, man, so the answer is yes, but I am struggling to recall it right now. Also, Orzine, feck you for playing that song in my head. Orzine just wrote, Facing Worlds, Unreal Tournament 99. I can hear it. I can hear it. God, I played that so much. Yeah, so Fred, it was pre-War for Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron. The game that Lagmeister's talking about. Sadlin's saying Storybook Lobby, more banter? I don't know if I can talk and play Storybook Brawl. But, Sadlin, if you want to get a lobby going for peoples, that might be pretty feckin' cool. Sadlin's like, well, I can talk and play Storybook. Yeah, but I gotta talk to all these lovely Mother Hubbards. Yeah, sorry, we never did Rescue Cat. We do need to return to XCOM War of the Chosen again. It needs to happen. Oh, and J-Post, Watto, ever so slightly. Only because we moved the 2 big boxes here to make space for the dog bed. No, I'm just enjoying talking to everybody. It's less fear, Fred. It's more indulgent. Also, friends, I just skimmed over the Discord very quickly, and I'm disappointed none of you felt the need to bring this to me apart from Bacon Avenger, that apparently, until it was patched, the new Minecraft frogs were, for a brief hot minute, swallowing goats whole. Freaking terrifying. Crux says, wait, is this normal? Are you talking about the wafflemancy and the nonsense, or frogs swallowing goats whole? Because as MC Catmaster is saying, that's just like real life. That's just what frogs do. That's why goats develop the ability to climb high on any surface. It's an anti-frog defense mechanism. That's just evolution, right? Also, the idea of the fainting goat, where goats, when startled, go completely stiff and fall over. It's so that the frog might mistake them for like a tree branch or a log or a rock or something. Happy Pie is asking if a frog can swallow a car. Can and should are 2 different things. That's all I'll say on the matter. Oh God, I'm not even reading that out loud. Terrors. Though I will say, friends, whilst we're all chilling and illing, I do want to take another moment to plug the game that, while we're not going to be playing it tonight, we will be playing it in the future, because I feel so guilty about this. The team behind this, Side Dev Team, actually sent us a copy early, and because my life became so chaotic over the holiday season, like running into December and then through, it was an absolute fresh hot nightmare. I never got to play the early build. And then it came out in version 1, and I still haven't had the chance to play that and show you. And so it's just been sitting there, this absolute gem of a surrealist horror game. Somewhat horror. There's some weird humor to it, there's some messed up parts, there's some... Yeah. It's like Five Nights at Clerks 2, but that's a bit much as well. On the topic of cowardness. Well. My cup's empty. Oh. Oh, Quasi said they've seen it, they understand why we're struggling. Well, it's not... It's just... This doesn't feel like the evening to play it. And one of the things that I've been talking a lot about is... God, I'm trying to think what game it was that got me thinking about the philosophy of it. Probably Armello. But the idea of thinking about video games like board games, in the sense that you can only really experience them with people once. And sometimes you need to make sure that you're prepared for it. It's an event. Sometimes trying to play a game at the wrong time, the wrong mindset, can completely knock it off your radar. And you may not come back to it for months, maybe even years. Like, some games, you need to save them for the right time. But maybe that's because I've been going through... Oh, no, Saglin, not at all. Saglin says, as a complete aside topic, have we discussed how employees of Dollywood will soon be eligible for free tuition? No. That is fascinating. I assume by Dollywood we mean the Dolly Parton estate, or I guess it's a tourist attraction? I forget. As Dolly Parton continues to be an absolute international treasure. So Sarah was saying, started playing Kingdom Hearts 3. It's good, but the narrative, they're glad they watched the video to know what's going on. Do you need to play the games between 2 and 3 to know what's up with the narrative in Kingdom Hearts 3? A few of those titles are very hard to get hold of, or very hard to get into. I think you would be okay watching some narrative breakdowns of Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so Sailor in the Favor 6 is saying that it's a theme park owned by Dolly Parton. And Dolly Parton themed. Fascinating. Yeah, Fred, I'm pretty sure... Floydo did do a narrative summary of Kingdom Hearts, right? Right? I'm not going completely doolally town. God, everything's blurring together. Welcome to Thursday! Bear with me just a second, dear friends. Okay, so Floydo did do a Kingdom Hearts breakdown on top of playing all of the games, including the Mobley ones. Ah, yes, I remember now. Mainly from his particular special rant about how one of the core elements in the story overall is delivered in, I believe it's the free-to-play Mobley game? Friends, will you excuse me for 2 seconds? I need to get some water. I will be just a moment. But I will leave you with some slightly chiller jams. Because while I'm down for some pseudo Crush... is it Crush 40? I believe it's Crush 40. I need some water. I will be back in a second. Harvest of Char! J-Post sneaking in some bits. Shenanigans, I say. Shenanigans! But no, I will say, like, Sadlin, if you want to set up a storybook brawl lobby I mean, it's that unfortunate curse of like, once I'm done talking with your lovely selves, then it's time for puppy maintenance and whatnot. So that does mean I'll have to rush off to go be productive. And I feel a little bit bad because my evenings, as I was saying earlier, don't really open up until about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, when I'm not usually the most wonderful of conversational company. That is to say, sober. And as I'm taking this month off of drinking, I've had to deal with the unfortunate condition known as sobriety. Terrible, I tell you. Terrible! But no, we can point everyone towards filling a lobby. Oh, and Asari, that's lovely. Sorry, Asari saying they made plans to go out with their family, get food, have good dinner. That sounds right lovely. Yeah, caffeine. Fred, I am making sure that the caffeine system has the correct amount of blood in it. If the blood to caffeine ratio ends up going too far, like, the results could be disastrous. If my caffeine system ends up being flooded with blood, what am I going to do? Die, I guess. Oh. I mean, Lawrence, we're basically talking about like a person-sized detonation at that stage. You know what I mean? Lordy, lordy. Oh, wow. Lawrence said they would tell another member of GIG that they're going to do the Super Trooper drink hot sauce. Lordy, lordy. Though I have said that this year, with the follow-up to last year's charity event, if we beat last year, I'm going to do the feckin' pepper again. Which will be having a bad time, having a bad time! Yeah, that's going to hurt if it happens. My friends, I think that's the long and short of it. Like, video gamery news-wise, we're definitely in that strange place where everyone is just backing the hell out of February. We know that Elden Ring is going to command everyone's attention in, like, what, 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Horizon, more robots, will definitely be taking a lot of the media game space. I forget when that's dropping. Total Warhammer 3 is only 7 days away. Oh, Lawrence, if I don't get the chance to say at the time, happy birthday, mate. Because Elden Ring's coming out on the 25th, which is Lawrence's birthday. Fucking cool. So I can understand why, so far, this month has definitely been quiet for people doing big announcements. It was pretty well telegraphed that February was going to be this absolute disaster of a month. God, that whole thing of people moving their launch window out of 2020 holiday season into February to avoid the mosh, and then creating a brand new mosh pit with more contenders. It's certainly going to be tempting. Just casually mentioning that, hey Sadin. Sadin just saying I got 69 mead points. Nice. Oh, Faber6 was asking what happened to the Bethesda game that was Fallout in space. They've been quiet about it so far. It's looking like it's going to be Xbox platform exclusive. That is to say, it'll be available on Xbox and PC, and via Xbox Game Pass, of course. And I think we're going to start hearing a lot more about it come promotional season. The time that would have been E3. I think that's what they're prepping for, but nah, aside from the trailer and a lot of hyperbole talk on Bethesda's part, there hasn't really been any more. But it's also been the same for Elder Scrolls, the next Elder Scrolls game, which I want to say is 5, but I've lost all sense of time when it comes to the Scrollsian series. Which still cracks me up that what they did was they just showed us a CGI of some environment and then the Elder Scrolls 5 as a logo, even though that's not the game name, but Skyrim was 5. Okay, so we're up to 6. All right. And Fable 6, Fallout in space is a good concept. I'd be interested to put it up alongside Outer Worlds, which is Fallout New Vegas in space. Sans the... Well, I mean, sans the license. You know what? It's kind of fascinating. Sorry, I went halfway off on that conversational tangent by my lonesome, but to clue you all in on the it's kind of fascinating. So, I talked a lot about this in the past. Like, how you name your games is very important. Who you share launch windows with can make or break your titles. And how the Outer Wilds and the Outer Worlds shared a window, which made things very confusing. Thankfully, the Outer Wilds ended up managing to grab and claw its brain space. Oh, friends, just as an FYI, Sadlin has made a storybook brawl group created. The name is Longship, and apparently it's for non-cowards. Why are you like this? It was fascinating that the Outer Wilds managed to claw its way above the Outer Worlds, which had far more of a marketing push. But what's been really interesting is, aside from the fact that they've announced a sequel in honestly one of the most cynical bastard trailers, no one really goes back and deconstructs the Outer Worlds. Like, it got coverage, people played it and went, huh, that sure is a commentary of late-stage capitalism, and I heard nothing else about it. Like, the Outer Wilds has been one of those titles that's reshaped the conversation around video games. And the Outer Worlds was just kind of there. Okay. Sorry, I was just having a skim and a read. So, Happy Pie, I don't know if this is because I'm just too entrenched in the games industry as a whole, but I've definitely found there isn't anything that I look at that cinema is able to deliver that I feel is lacking from games. Quite often, I get a bit grumbly about how senior people in the games industry will still refer to movies as the medium to be emulated. But in games, we have developed, and are still developing, but we have our own language for telling stories. Through mechanics, through narrative, through the experience, we can tell stories in such vastly different ways than just trying to emulate what cinema has done in the past. And hello, River. You're his big girl. Dag. Go Dag. Just River being adorable. So yeah, Happy Pie, I'm probably not the best person to discuss that one with, because that's one of those points where I get very... fighty is the wrong word. but as someone who has been hugely into video games their whole life, for a long time, the comparison was always, this is almost as good as a movie. When are video games going to get, like, movie level quality? And what ended up happening was, no, we just ended up doing it ourselves. And the games that I find try to emulate the cinematic style are the ones I find the least inspiring. But that's a me problem, you know? Edward was saying the biggest leap in game technology was proper digitized voices in games. Yup. God. I still remember Jedi Knight blowing my brain completely out the back of my face with its full, like the full acted FMV Star Wars sequences and then in-level voice acting. God, it was good. An actual story. Ah. But I feel like we've moved past that. If you'll, Happy Pie, if you'll forgive me another hyperbole example, What Became of Edith Finch has one section which is told not just by VO, and not just by visuals, but by the very means of which you engage with the game, puts you in the character whose story you're understanding in a manner that's just feckin' brilliant. Yeah, Edwin, back then we used to call them talkies. Yeah. And Lawrence, I feel like we should be able to push the QI button. Technically, Mortal Kombat was rotoscoping rather than motion capture. Same with Prince of Persia. But that's another story. God, yeah. I still remember when CD-based consoles started becoming the thing and people could add videos to their titles. There's a whole era of these like FMV games that have just been lost to the annals of time. Ah, can still hear that disc spinning up noise. Good times, good times. But yeah, so Happy Pie, that's not to dismiss what you're saying or that it isn't a thing. It's just that, I don't know. I worked in film and television for a while, and I found it to be a deeply cynical, burnt out space. Frankly, I'm impressed that anything creative comes out of the film and television space. And understanding that it's not even so much about the creativity in that place, because obviously there are smart creative people, but it's those smart creative people reaching the point in their careers where they can impact film and television in the way they want to without getting burnt out by this, frankly, mean money-grabbing horror of an industry. And that's not to say that the video games industry is this magical, wonderful garden where everyone's happy and lovely, but the thing about video games is, for the most part, the love of the craft, the love of the medium brings people through.
Nintendo Switch Sports for GT 2022 less than 3.
Okay, gets the boat. Thank you for 35 months. And Nintendo Switch Sports will definitely be fun as feck. But you know what's going to end up on everyone's Game of the Year for 2022? Wordle. Wordle's going to win it. I'm calling it now. Yeah, Lagmeister, the early games where the game music was just tracks on the CD. Yo! The Total Annihilation soundtrack with this orchestral score that makes you feel like you could conquer the fucking galaxy. And if you wanted to, you could put it in a CD player and just fucking listen to it. And it was awesome. Oh, actually, so Happy Pie, that is a very good point. Physical intimacy is one of the big challenges that we're still struggling with in video games because it's incredibly hard and expensive to do. Like, characters kissing, characters, we'll say, bumping uglies is very difficult to do. It's not impossible, but it's expensive and the market isn't as accepting as you think. It's not that there isn't a want, but it's people spending cash on it is very limited. So yeah, that's definitely a weak point. Now, Lawrence, you are correct that the censors mean that it's not something you can put on, like, you couldn't put in a box and sell on consoles in North America, because the US is afraid of the boba, but alright. But even on digital distribution platforms, there are a handful of sexy games that sell well, and very few of them have any kind of... trying to think of it. You know what? Let me jump it back 2 steps. Getting 2 characters to kiss is an animation nightmare and requires so much. It requires so much work on so many different levels. But that is something that will get solved with technology. As we move further and further into standardized game engines, as we're able to offer more and more in the way of like plugins and additionals, I feel that those things will become more accessible. If you'll forgive me for being crass for a second, Source Filmmaker was a wonderful creation, and I'm so glad that it's a thing that Valve put out into the world. It has enabled a whole slew of bedroom animators to create pretty detailed, in-depth creations. And loads of people use it to make smut. Smut of a myriad of different ways and means, as to be far more than one could list in an afternoon. What it has meant is that the barrier to entry to creating something that is steamy has been reduced to the point where it can be made affordably and then rolled out to a market. A market which typically doesn't spend a lot of money. People be cheap. No, Fearless. I know exactly what you mean. Fearless was mentioning that in The Last of Us Part 2, there is a trailer where Ellie kisses a girl. And everyone in the dev industry was like, how did they do? That is so complicated. How did they make that work? As we would find out, is basically Naughty Dog poured money, time, and crunchy dev tears onto the problem until it was solved.
Reminder kids, TTP is a thing after all.
It is. But TTP, when creating a video game, is far more difficult than when users put things in. Why are you watching streams at Soup? Lawrence was thinking about some of the games from Japan. Yes, there is an established market for smut games in Japan. However, again, a larger portion of those productions are very affordably produced. Let's go with that. So, no, Happy Pie makes a very good point that, like non-conflict physical intimacy between characters in video games is something we still struggle with, at least in a 3D space. So yeah, there we go. See, Happy Pie, we got into a good spot there. Fred. Hookshot was saying they had to do some contract work to some Nufta peoples. We've all had to do things to pay the bills. I ain't gonna judge. Now they want to put me on their website. How do I tell them politely? Hell no. You give them a very high price point for what it will cost to use your likeness. And I mean stupid money. And if they go yes, then you don't have to do any more contract work for a while. Obviously, I can't go into specifics because of NDAs and things like that. But as an individual, I have had to represent products I did not believe in. And I have had to make a sales case for things that I thought would be detrimental to development. So, like, again, I ain't gonna judge you, but if they're paying you good, you know, terrors a lot of you. I mean, Salen does make a good point. No also works as a response. Again, like if contractually they haven't paid you for your likeness rights, especially when it comes to advertising, you can be like, no, I'm sorry. If you wish to, like, if you'd like to use my likeness in terms of advertising, yo, let's have a talk about price points here. And Happy Pie, you're right, there are a lot of tricks you can do to hide the difficulties of matched anims in video gamey spaces. But the user will be aware of those, and that means you can only really show that kind of like make out intimacy in cutscenes and situations that are prescripted. Sorry, when I say matched anims, what I mean is anytime two separate entities have to engage in some kind of action, they proc what's called a matched anim, as opposed to, I'm trying to think. Okay, so shield guy and sword guy. In a non-matched anim, we'll assume that the characters aren't controlling either one. So you've sent your sword guy to attack my shield guy.
Humble store purchase made for $89.98.
Nice! Friends, whoever it was that just spent nearly $90 on video games, thank you for using the Humble link. I'm obviously a big proponent of Humble. They're feckin' lovely and I've worked with them in the past. But also, that goes towards keeping my dumb ass alive. So I'm very grateful. What was I saying? Oh, matched anims, yes. So, like, for a strategy game, for example, your sword bloke attacks my shield bloke. My shield bloke, in non-matched anims, would have an animation where he kind of brings his shield up, and your guy will kind of flail, and there might be a visual effect or a sound, hello my Bobby, hello my Bobby, to indicate that, oh no, the thing has blocked. But in a matched anim, there may be a special sequence of animations that procs. So sword guy attacks shield guy, and it's not two anims playing separately, but two that are matched together. So he'll like block down, he'll take the impact, maybe try and ricochet the sword off, something along those lines. And those are very complicated to do. They're great for combat, because combat, kind of like dancing, is so wonderfully exaggerated. We can get away with failures on the minutiae when it comes to combat. That's why stage combat is so feckin' cool and it looks so good, because those big exaggerated moments convey so much that you don't really have to worry about a little bit of wibble between here and here. But, you know, if the face of one character goes up from there to there, they're not making out. Someone's licking someone's eyeball. What should be a tender moment showing an emotional expression between two characters just turned into some weird shit that nobody wants to see. Oh. God, yeah, I wish I could just be like, yo, Floydo, get on the line. I'm talking about matched anims. Oh. Lagmeister says, and that's what the licking eyeballs is for. Elle says, they're reminded of Floydo's note in Nier Automata when characters are entering and exiting conversations. Very good point. See, Fred, sometimes the difference between knowing and hoping, it's like, we've all been on the internet a very long time, far too long in fact, that yes, there's always a market for something, But I live now in a world where I just hope there isn't. You know? No one wants to see someone licking an eyeball, and that's fine. I do not need to be proven wrong. Oh shit, get to the boat. You managed to unseat Hero to the People Dan Jones for the Yaldom, and I didn't even notice. I'm being a terrible host today. Puppies. Oh, and Hookshot. I do have some friendos over at Humble. I'd be more than happy to do an introduction. Sorry, bear with me just a second.
That's what I thought. Kill your shit.
Oh. Hookshot, I don't know if Erica's still over there, but yeah, I'd be more than happy to help out. And also, friends, this is a general statement of, if I can ever help with your video game projects, please come and have a talk to me. Like, I don't have as much time as I used to, but I can at very least advise or point you in the right direction or make some intros. Like, I'm always happy to do that. When it comes to, like, planning your game campaigns...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo! Gets the boat with a double tap there. Okay, so get to the boat. According to my back-end stuff, it said that you threw in a Prime sub, and then it was like you went from Prime to a Real People sub. Feckin' thank you. Check you out. But also, Twitch is doing some API changes at the back end at the moment, so it might be just wonky donkey. But yes, if you ever want to talk about, like, getting your game projects up to snuff, give us a chat. If it's things that I can't cover on stream, I'll do my best. I was doing some consulting for a few indie projects, but these days I haven't... Puppies. Puppies. What are you doing? I know, it's very hard being puppies, but we're not playing it. No! No! I'm worried about Amos hitting the PC like a flail. And Valkyrie Lantern, what-ho? A good evening to yourself. What were we talking about before? Oh yes, matched anims in the ilk. Sadly, friendos, Floydo is up to his eyeballs in work stuff at the moment. Hands up if you're shocked by that. But, I did ask. Where was the matter at? Oh, yes, so comparable to, like, film and performance. The thing that I love about video games as a whole, though, is that we're so far from what I call like the top of the mountain. We're still working out how we make games, the different ways in which we put them together, and the different ways in which we tell stories. Like, in some genres, it's very obvious. In space, we're looking for the everything game. Eventually, there will be a game that lets you fly a spaceship from one planet to another, build bases, talk to people, hang out with a gajillion other people, and it will be a proper, seamless, rather than like stranged instance experience. What'd he do?
Come here.
Did he steal your hat?
Yes. Right in front of me, and then just ran off.
Did you buzz your head?
No.
Okay. What's the light? Fiona's got a Psychonauts beanie, and I just hear the Amos no, and I see him running past, being like hee hee. Yes, so get to the boat. Star Citizen is trying to be the everything space game. It won't, but not because I have a lack of faith, but because they've been using an engine that I don't think can scale to what they want to do. Oh yes, and Lawrence, thank you for your concern. Fiona made it back this afternoon, is feeling wiped out but much better, but thank you for asking. What was I saying? Oh yes, I don't think Star Citizen's going to hit it fully, but that's just because of technical limitations. I think by going for Lumberyard, they've built themselves too much technical debt. But eventually, friends, we will get the everything space game. You know, you'll be able to fly up alongside a friendo in a corner of space, get out, walk around, have a chat, get into mischief, hide in the deep dark, all sorts. That's the natural progression of where that genre is going. Now, when it comes to the fantasy game, I'm not so sure what the pinnacle of that looks like. Is it procedurally generated worlds where your story is perfect and unique and interesting while still being the protag? Or are we looking for bigger and bigger spectacles, bigger and bigger epics? Like, when will we truly have mastered the hero's journey in a fantasy game? But there's so many different ways you can come at it. I'm just like, yo. Then when it comes to things like, you know, emotional narrative, what even is that? What does the pinnacle of that look like? And I find that a fascinating conversation. Get to the Boat saying this for a funny article on Polygon saying Star Citizen doesn't live up to its promise and players don't care. Ugh. How is Polygon's video team so exceptionally brilliant and Polygon's editorial team is so wildly all over the place? They can do one article, which is an incredible breakdown of a pivotal moment in the games industry, and then post absolute tosh. Where's your consistency? But then the video team is brilliant across the board. Sorry, just getting that out of my system. Just getting that out of my system. Having a good, strong editorial team on a games media site is very important. Very important. Sorry, I was just having a flashback to the Polygon review of hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades. God, that was actually, Get to the Boat. I highly recommend continuing to watch, even though Brian David Gilbert has left. Patrick Gill did an incredible video about Chivalry 2, and I rewatch it multiple times because it makes me happy. It's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to playing Black Wake with everybody on Saturday. He also did an incredible thing, which is the similarities between Bloodborne and the Muppets. Lagmeister, last I saw BDG streams, he was biking across Skyrim, which I thought was fascinating. Yeah, Mupborn, if you will, Fearless. But no, I mean, the actual breakdown, the video, and again, this is where, like, Patrick's stuff is so exceptional, is a ridiculous premise is presented to you that ends up having a genuine point and a weight and an understanding of the industry. Alright, Kestrel's like, child's in bed. It's time for Kestrel After Dark. Secret Robin, I don't have to imagine Grover as Father Campbell. Patrick Gill did it for us. Yeah, and Lawrence, I don't mean to diss on Polygon as a whole. It's just... It's interesting to see an operation that has such such drastically different content outputs. And it comes from the fact that it's a lovely... The amount of people that write both reviews and articles and guides for Polygon is a wonderfully diverse group of people. I absolutely support that. But what they don't seem to have is a strong editorial staff that gives the site any kind of cohesive voice. So I'm aggressively agreeing towards you. Brilliant. Will's doing a natter. God. I kind of want to start inking this. Is that bad? I just want to start inking it in front of everybody. Because I don't have a downwards camera. I wouldn't be able to show you what I'm doing. Yeah, Kestrel, a natter on this channel. Who'd have thunk it? DXman says, with so much turnover in the journalism space, I pay more attention to the individual people as they move around rather than the hosting site. Yeah. But also, I do want to say, being a individual in the games journalism space is shite. It woefully underpays. The amount of pressure and work and expectation put on an individual versus how much they make is ridiculous. And currently the games media cycle doesn't have a good way of generating revenue outside of adverts. A few sites have been able to transition to a Patreon style method or a subscriber style method, which has helped offset, but currently most of the big sites are run by ad revenue, and ad revenue is reliant on clicks, thus creating an environment where it is better to write something that prompts a click response than it is to go in depth, you know? I recently watched The French Dispatch with Park Program. Oh god, no, that was Christmas. That wasn't recently, that was a fucking age ago. Fucking time travel, what the shit? But I loved the whimsical idea of the French Dispatch, how it's put forth the amount of research and time that goes into even so much as a single article. I would love for my writer friends to get that kind of time and care and freedom with their stuff. Yeah, you're right, Kestrel, I've definitely overshot. Being British, that does mean that I am in fact a Time Lord. Gets the boat, I don't have a date on the Chivalry 2 exclusive on Epic. It's usually a year, but now I think about it, I don't know when Chivalry 2 came out. But I just want to say that for the criticisms that I level at certain works, especially certain games media works, I entirely understand like the pressure and the challenge. Like, contrarian articles will do you better than level-headed think pieces. One of the reasons why I love having these conversations with you lot here in this little space, twitch.television, is that we can actually have a really level-headed conversation about games. We can acknowledge the bits that we don't like, we can celebrate the bits that we do like, and we can almost come to like a conversational consensus. But when it comes to traditional media articles, that just doesn't work. If I say, Elden Ring, it's alright, it's a bit good. Let's talk about it. No one's clicking on that article. If I say, Elden Ring is shit and bad, and you're a shit-brained arsehole for liking it, do you know what's going to happen? You're going to click my article. My mentions are going to suck on Twitter for a few days, but you know what I'm going to get? Paid. Yeah, you're clicking that as hard as you can. You're going to come in and tell me I'm an arse. You're going to come in and tell me I'm dumb and wrong. Hate clicks are still clicks, yes. There's even a thing that we've seen with the rise of Metacritic and critical aggregation sites being either the highest rated or the lowest rating article does you wonders, because those are the ones that Metacritic pulls through. So like, if you can do, what is it, it's like 98 out of 100 on a score, because that's higher than a 9 out of 10. I know. That's likely to get into the top nice review, because what sometimes people will do while they have acquired a game that they love, that is to say they have acquired a game which they seek to have an emotional attachment to, they'll seek out pieces of media that justify either their purchase or their potential love of the title. Things that validate what they've done. I'm not dissing on that. That's just user behavior. They'll also go on aggregate sites and see the one that has reviewed it the worst and go, what did this person not like? Or they'll crack knuckles and be like, right, to the comment section. I am incredibly angry at the things that you have said. All that has happened is that interactions have been generated. So yeah. It's one of the reasons why I love being in this space. Yeah, Crystal, war garble. That's, you know what? That's how I'm going to think of it. The dog trying to chew the pressure hose. War garble. Anyway, I guess I'm pre-inoculating myself because we are going to have to put up with a lot of very bad think pieces when it comes to specifically Horizon New Horizons, Horizon Animal What's-Its, and Elden Ring over the next, few weeks. Lagmite says, what if you grade on a scale from 100 to 100? Someone explained this to me, and it's... If you give it a perfect score, it's based on the weight of your website when it comes to Metacritic. If you give it a close to perfect score, it increases the chances that it'll be displayed. Feck, someone explained this to me, because the algorithm for this is very clever. Initially used to stop people from just saying, this game is perfect and it has no flaws. And that being what's put forward. God darn it. Yes, DXman, you're also correct that there is pressure to include quantifiable scores in those reviews, so they hook those aggregators, yes. Now, again, and I'm not just saying this because I know or knew friendos over at Eurogamer, I do think their reviewing system is the best, because they will say, here is a game, here's what we thought. Here is a game, we recommend it, you should consider it, and here is a game you absolutely have to play, be it because of its importance or its caliber or its weight. We, as the staff of this site, feel that this is a game you should buy and play right now. And I found that's great. They also, we have no recommendation doesn't mean this game sucks. It means that, this isn't something you have to get, but give a read of the article. Maybe it's got some hooks. They do have an avoid for titles that are well subpar. And I guess that speaks to me personally because I am of the opinion that there are very few truly bad games. And that oftentimes you should avoid a game because of additional elements. Problems with the title, problems with the team that made it, etc. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it, Lagmeister. It's Forza Horizon Zero Crossing Breath of the Modern Ragnar stab face. Yeah, that's the game. God, how could I have forgotten such a memorable title? Earl was saying that there are some games that are so bad they have to be plain to be seen. That is very true. You're right that 18 wheels over the road racing is definitely something that has to be experienced. But the problem, of course, being with PC games is that a lot of the time it's the development team don't understand how important compat testing is. A lot of the time, PC titles that you have to avoid is usually due to technical problems rather than due to content. Well, see, guess the boat. Daikatana's fascinating. I don't know if I would tell anyone to purchase it, but it's such a fascinating game. And, alright, don't set me on fire for this, because being a ginger, that means I'm inherently flammable. But if Mr. Romero was given a similar-sized team and was able to remake Daikatana now, it would slap. The things that don't work in Daikatana, the things that are an absolute fecking disaster, are all things that we've solved as an industry. By the very virtue of him starting that project with UE4 or even UE5, it's coming. He'd be able to get over so many of the pain points. One of the reasons why so many people hated it was that Like 80% of Daikatana is an escort quest. You have your AI companion, who's meant to be delivering like story beats and dialogue, but because of the problems they had, you end up spending most of the time just protecting them. And there's something fascinating about how there's a myriad of different weapons from different time zones, but the magical katana is the one it encourages you to use. And there are other games that have found out ways to balance the super weapon. Like, what would happen now is you'd probably need to absorb, like, mystical time energy or something, and then you can push your super, and then it's like, it's Daikatana time, or something along that. And, Earl, I will agree with whomever that is about ragging on Daikatana based on its reputation, but, again, if we look at the whole package, Daikatana did a lot of damage to the industry, and it's a tale of caution. If Daikatana had been a success, our industry would have been drastically different. It would still probably be dominated by rockstar types. We may not have gotten the indie auteur movement. We might not have even gotten like the studio thing. It might have suddenly become like, you know, do you have this super cool rockstar type character who can lead a studio? That's the only way you can make a cool kid game. Do you know what I mean? There's an alternate timeline there, and Daikatana was the branching point. Like, it did not... I'm trying to think about how to phrase it. It was not a heartless piece of shite, but also it didn't hit like it was intended. And if it had, things would have been very different. A lot of Romero's ideas that he pushed his team to implement that ultimately did not work were things that we've now solved as an industry. And that's the point that I wanted to touch on. Kestrel says that they will be reviewing games based on how many pineapples they think of while playing it, because scoring systems are abstract. They are. What is the value of a pineapple? See, Fearless, I'd love to do that, but Polygon's already been doing that. Sorry, friends. Fearless was suggesting a Doctor Who spin-off where we look at different points in the games industry and see what would have happened as the splinter point. But Polygon did it. They did a brilliant one where what if the Mario Brothers movie had been a huge success and how that might have shaped both Hollywood and the games industry. And it's a lot of fiction, but there's a lot of heart to it as well. There's also the Digiverse, which is what if Pokemon had failed and Digimon had succeeded. I know we all know this, but I love talking about it, that Pokemon had an episode which was so... I mean, it's fucking famous, so I doubt anyone's not heard of it. But using a Japanese visual effect technique of flashing between red and blue to create an explosion effect, they used it in an episode of Pokemon, but they used it so quick and so egregiously as to hospitalize a shit ton of children. Yup. And so this particular Polygon video goes on to extrapolate that what if that had gotten Pokemon cancelled? Like, by my cancelled I mean like pulled off of TV, banned by parents groups, leaving Digimon its time in the sun, its chance to shine. Get to the Boat says darkest timeline. I mean, you'll have to watch the video and see. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't. But yeah, the thing is, the what if Daikatana had been a huge success? I mean, what would that have meant? Now we have to stop and think, like, how many of those rock stars were there that have now all fallen by the wayside because we understand that, like, attributing the success of a video game to one person is dumb and stupid and often creates these horrible, egotistical mega bosses. And, you know what? I'm going to wizard veto bringing up a good old Kojima in this conversation because I kind of throw shoes at him a little too much. I think it balances out how much praise I tend to put on some of his titles. I mean, Quasi, unless it's Miyamoto. Then, I mean, the exception that proves the rule. God. Sorry, Quasi, I apologize for going off into space for a second there, but I keep thinking about that E3. I keep thinking about that E3 where they announced the Mario and Rabbids tactics game, which, by the way, is way better than it has any right to be. And I keep thinking about the bit where Miyamoto praises one of the team, the gentleman who was leading that team, and he's just blob crying in the front row in this press conference. And you know what? If Miyamoto even said anything nice about anything I'd done, I'd be a fucking mess. I'd just be like... like, it wouldn't be pretty. It wouldn't be elegant. Ugly cry. But you know what I mean. But, sorry. That was another side. Oh, God, yes. Oh, let us talk of the old times. Let us talk of the Titans. Like, if we want to do this as, like, a Greek myth, like, analogy... They were the Titans. That they were raw and primal, and they got fucked up and destroyed. Like America McGee, Clive Barker. Clive Barker's Jericho by Clive Barker. That's a joke that I stole. Happy Pie. What if Duke Nukem Forever had been successful? I actually, so Happy Pie, and I don't mean to kick your idea down the stairs and praise the others. I actually don't think that Duke Nukem Forever's success would have changed much. Duke was never really anything. There's no one person who was responsible for Duke Nukem Forever that you can point to. You know, it was a small group of people. They took a bunch of pop culture references and pumped them into a testosterone, bad word, but worked with a lot of people who did incredible things with a very old game engine. So, like, if you go back and play Duke Nukem 3D, ignoring the rampant sexism, it's a marvel of technicality, not of narrative. And yeah, and Johnson John is a cool dude. The voice of Duke Nukem is a cool guy. Yeah. Oh, and Phyllis, you are correct that Clive Barker is still active and making like inroads in, does great things in other industries, but those attempted rock star names being brought in. Sorry, just Orzine with the colossi of the past, destroyed by small human with shiny sword, hitting them right in the ego symbols, just taking them out. Ah, yeah. But no, the reason why I feel like Daikatana is such an anchor point is that if that had succeeded, that would have proved that you could do person tier marketing at a huge level and deliver. It's kind of like if every Double Fine game became just Tim Schafer. The person becomes the product and the game is just something that happens because of that individual. Like, God, that would have changed how we talked about games so much. And it's... The thing is, we often forget how much a success or a failure changes our industry. Because the thing I think about a lot still is No Man's Sky. And I promise this isn't a diss, I'm not going to throw stones. The reason I bring that up is that No Man's Sky was, to my knowledge, Sony's first real foray in throwing a AAA marketing campaign behind an indie title. Now, No Man's Sky is a good game, but it took the industry a long time to dig itself out under from the shadow of that disastrous launch. It was a long, long time before people put that kind of weight behind indie titles in terms of marketing. And we haven't seen it again. Although, we've also changed drastically. You know, lockdown over the last couple of years has changed how games are marketed. It would not surprise me if we saw, you know, Victoria Tran on fucking Conan O'Brien talking about Among Us in the future, you know what I mean? That would not surprise me. But the failure of No Man's Sky reception, not sales-wise, but its reception, affected the whole of the market. And when you think about how hard it is to create a named character in the games industry, if Daikatana had been a success, perhaps we would have seen more like artificial creation of these would-be rock stars. V-Tran on late night. That would be fucking good. Lawrence, what was really cool is back when Boyfriend Dungeon was still in Kickstarter, we had Victoria on the show here, and it, obviously not taking any credit for it, of course, but watching Victoria's rise to success as a community manager in the industry has made me so proud. Because, like, I've seen so many CMs rise very quickly, especially in the public space, and then just get crushed. Not that I put myself in that category. Biggs, I don't hear loss of control. I hear victory. Friends, Biggs is just saying that as it is 9:45 where they are currently making cinnamon rolls from scratch. That just sounds like the action of a hero. No one is gonna, unless they have a lethal cinnamon allergy, is gonna say, "Oh no, how fucking dare you make me fresh cinnamon rolls, you bastard." Also, I mean, Fearless, I know you and I have talked about this a lot, but I always like bringing this up when we talk about Duke Nukem, about Turnbull's interpretation of him as being an incredibly insecure nerd who loved cheesy old films and then after high school just got jacked. Like, he's still that pop culture obsessed nerd with very little understanding of women. But now he's a monstrous beefcake. And I'm like, I like that interpretation. Because it kind of channels a lot of that, the frustration. Sorry, when I say the frustration, what I mean is, no doubt some of the individuals working on Duke Nukem, when we think about like 90s game developers, people who were not acknowledged, who were not thought of as cool or interesting, who mostly came from very, very like technical middle class backgrounds, going into these spaces and idealizing, you know, people like, you know, Ash in the Evil Dead and stuff like that. Like, you can see the through line. It's not a good one. I'm not saying it's all great. There's a lot of stuff that, but it carried through. Oh, and Quasi, have an excellent evening. I know it wasn't a horror-filled burger-flipping evening, but I hope the banter is at least interesting. And I know it's really self-indulgent of me to just want to, like, talk all your ears off, but what can I say? Sometimes it's my show and I get to do what I want. Do what I want. DX-Man says, to a degree, you just described the protagonist of Yakuza Like a Dragon. Biggs is like, burgers! Shit! I've got to make burgers. Talking to me, that's the worst. I know, Aiden. And yeah, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Oh, Neo Shadow, thank you. That does mean a lot. Ah. Ian Grimm. You're right, Eo, I did forget the greatest rock star of all time. How could I have done such a thing? Actually, I do want to quickly articulate on what Eo was saying. Friends, if you haven't had the chance to watch Mythic Quest yet, please do. And I also want to recommend, watch it sooner rather than later. The thing is, the games industry is changing so fast, and we're a long way away from being what the games industry will be for the far gone future. But at least for right now, Mythic Quest is the greatest representation of video games development that anyone has put to cinema. And yes, it is very funny, and yes, it is very silly, but in a way that hits like a ton of bricks. It is only so funny because it is so real. God, I think the last time I got the DTs... Amos! Amos! Oi! No! Sorry, a dad voice came out there.
What are you doing?
He was climbing up the bookshelf.
What the fuck, dude?
Right? There's not even anything good up there!
Stop being a little dick.
But yeah, for those of you who don't know, because like Eeyore and Peeps, I don't think you were with us when this happened. When Mythic Quest first dropped, which we totally watched legally via Apple Plus television, it hit me so hard I drank an entire bottle of aviation gin neat. Oh god, and if you've not had them before, I hope you never experienced them.
I don't know why you did like the winky wink, like we didn't watch it on Apple TV, which we did.
Yeah, we totally did.
No, we actually did.
Yeah, no, we totally did.
I pay for the service. It's in my monthly budget, Will. Stop trying to act like you're some kind of like brazen criminal.
I might be. Breaking the law, breaking the law.
You're not.
But yeah, friends, Mythic Quest is such a powerful representation of what it really is to be in games. And yep, there's so many parts of it. Like the bit where they get Snoop Dogg in the studio. Alright. Weapons up. Oh, sorry, by weapons up I mean the water squirty bottle in case Mr. there decides he's going to play Climb the Bookshelf again. The bit when they have Snoop Dogg in the studio, I am reminded of when the Alien Isolation team got like Sigourney Weaver doing a walkthrough before they did the stuff for the Crew Expendable, and it's like everyone's just trying to cram in and be like, "Oh, Sigourney Weaver's come here today. This is amazing." We got Mark Strong to record some stuff, but that's not quite the same weight as like a Snoop Dogg. And Aor, the Dark Quiet Death episode was the one where I drank hard because it's so real. Like, the Dark Quiet Death episode is not a comedy. And I even DM'd, I don't know if I DM'd them or if I messaged them, but I chatted at the person who wrote that episode on Twitter. And they didn't give me any insight. They didn't say specifically whose story it was, but they just kind of winky smiley faced and went, "We do a lot of very good research." And I'm just like, how did you write it so real? Now, some friends have mentioned... Excuse me. Some friends have mentioned to me that it's very much taking stories from... what was it? Ubisoft Montreal is where a lot of those tales are kind of taken from. I've never worked for an Ubi studio, so I don't know, but I have no reason to doubt those stories. Anyway, yeah, the Mythic Quest was so good I drank myself stupid and then had the... what does DT stand for? It's like detox tremors or something. I had those the next day. Which is a very bad thing. So yeah, if you're in the industry and you haven't seen it... Oh, delirium tremors. Thank you. Oh, tremens. My apologies. It's not good. Whew. Yeah, if you are industry side and you haven't seen it yet, like, don't binge it. It'll hurt you. It'll hurt you in the real people. The real people. It'll hurt you in the real people. That's not a sentence. That was a smorgasbord mishmash of nonsense. Alright. Anyway. Oh. I tell you what, friendos, I think we've hit upon a wonderful bout of conversation. So I think I'm going to bring our banter to a bit of a close. We are spoilt for lovely Mother Hubbards to go hang out with afterwards. So... oh! You know what? CJ's playing some Sifu. We go say hi to we go say hi to CJ because he's a feckin' legend. Fearless was saying that they remember the day they got evacuated from the Bungie offices via a fire alarm, but it actually turned out there was a band in town who wanted to visit, and they didn't want anyone to know they were there. Yup, that's one of those way too reals. Yeah. God. We'll get a bit of NSP to close us out. But before we bring it to a close, Happy Pie was saying that when Duke Nukem 3D came out, after Doom, yep. Oh yes, and it was great progress. The amount of things that you could do in Duke Nukem and some of the technical achievements they made were mind-blowing. And if you want to go down the rabbit hole on that one, look up Duke Nukem 3D mirrors, because... God, it was phenomenal. And this is... Sorry, I want to jump back 2 more points before we bring our conversation to a close. Because one of the things I was saying about, like, measured responses, the problem with a lot of, like, static media games industry stuff is that you kind of... It's hard to acknowledge the good and the bad simultaneously. Duke Nukem 3D is a problematic piece of media. But in terms of, like, gameplay, in terms of what it is able to do from a technical standpoint, it was a huge leap forward for us as an industry. And so trying to find a way to move Duke the character and the fact that women only exist in that game as sex objects and victims, but then also trying to remove that from the huge achievements that they made from the game itself. Like creating verticality properly in an engine that was never designed to do it. Miniaturization, the mirrors, all of the level of things that you could do is just mind-blowing. You could play actual pool, and it was so cool. Like, that's one of those things that it's so great having a space like this to be able to discuss and deconstruct. Oh, okay. Right. So, friendos, I'm going to roll credits in just a second, and I'm going to pass you over to CJ DeMocker. CJ is an exceptionally funny individual and a very, very good friendo. So please do stick around till after the credits. And Ozzy, you have yourself a lovely night. Same to you, Hookshot. Same to you. But I need to say my thank yous, because as I said, I only get to do this because you lot keep my dumb ass alive. There's no super sponsor money, there's no Patreon, it's literally what you lot chuck at us while we're doing stuff. So for that, I'm sincerely grateful. And to that, here are the people I must thank specifically. I said specifically. There we go. Credits weren't listening to me. Oh, and Kestrel, I'm glad you enjoyed it, friend. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So yes, bits and donations are still the biggest thing that keep this operation afloat. So sincerely thank you. Specifically this evening, I would like to thank these lovely individuals. I'd like to thank Bacon Avenger, Favor 6, Pun Spectre, Big Saxy, Lyris Dragon, Quasimoto, Crux, Sadlin, Alnus, Agon Anarchy and Vanderbeast, Caffeine and J-Post, Kestrel North, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, and Draconic Dude. All of you, thank you so much. Thank you to not only Caffeine, but also Lizzie, Rhymes of Moose, and Tarlicus for being an exceptional team of moderators. To Trommel Gaming, Wearing Orb, and Scooby-Doo, specifically Scooby-Doo, thank you all for following, and I hope we get to hang out and natter some more. And those that subbed or were hunted by House Carl, I'd like to thank Plunge, Graphite Sparrow, Kimball the Artsy Poe, Krypton Batty, Ruby Furiosa, Katie's Boogie, Naboo Head, Zelky Plays, Scooby-Doo, Sean Peoples, Deepest Blue Dragon, all of the blue dragons on your bike, Dragon Life, Snow Yo Owl, Tim Lum, Ninja Falcon, Hero to the People, Dan Jones, Asari Greenfire, Get to the Boat, and Get to the Boat again. And also another huge thank you for Dan Jones for bringing his whole crew in. For those of you who joined us this evening, I hope you had a lovely time and a proper natter. For the rest of you, again, you're trapped in here with me. I'm not trapped in here with you. And Happy, thank you for throwing a follow in. I hope we get to natter and hang out again, yo. Tomorrow, Monster Hunter with Kyle, with Ems, with Fiona. I don't know what shenanigans we're going to get into Monster Hunter-wise. I haven't had the chance to do any farming outside of stream, so we'll see how tomorrow goes. But I'm really looking forward to it. Right, I'm about to pass you over to CJ DeMarca, who is currently kicking 8 shades of poop out of many people with a stick. And he's also playing Sifu. You see what I did there? I took your expectations and I went Shazam! Oh yes! And we're doing a boat on Saturday. Blackwake. Get it installed, get it downloaded. We've got 54 slots on a server to fill. Let's fucking go! Alright. Love to you all. I will natter at your good selves on the Discord. We'll go from there. Oh yeah, well, Caffeine, you don't have to do the tutorial, but it helps a little. Just knowing where to throw the hammer and when to drink tea, you know? Right. Have a lovely rest of your night, friends. I'll see you later.